And that kind of like theme of hope slowly fading over time is basically what makes this roleplay tick. This is a scene-based roleplay. Scene-based meaning we'll have a collection of separate scenes that we'll have a scene, we'll do some roleplay, that scene will come to an end, and I'll explain how that works later, and then we'll go on to a new scene that is at a different moment in time, right? Imagine there's like a time skip in between every scene. So we'll have to get used to doing that, and in between the scenes, there will also be a little bit of like a transition where we will all establish truths about the world. Truths meaning it's kind of like improv. You say something and it is true about the world. And once again, we'll get through that. All right. But before we get to any of that, let's actually start with character creation. Now that you kind of have an idea of like the tone, it is going to be modern. We're going to have a modern setting, modern day. But yeah, let's where is this? I will scroll to the relevant part of the document before beginning. What is to come? What you remain? Okay. All right. Let us begin the character creation. So first, we're going to start with traits. Each character in 10 Candles is going to be made up of a certain set of components. You're going to have traits. You're going to have what was the second called? You're going to have traits. You're going to have, a character concept, a moment, and a brink. We're going to start with traits. Traits are made up of a vice and a virtue. A virtue, or a vice, is obviously something that, is your character does poorly. A vice is a single word that should create more problems than it solves. And a virtue is also a single word. Actually, I suppose it doesn't have to be a single word, right? But it's cooler that way. But it is a word that solves more problems than it creates. Virtues should be fairly general. Virtues can be fairly general and fairly vague. Vices can be more specific. If anybody has any questions about things that you think could be a vice and virtue, you can ask me about that. You can, and actually, click on your card. You can type onto the card, and you can type your vice and you can type your virtue onto the card. And remember to hit OK.
Sweet.
For it to actually appear for everybody. If you don't hit OK, if you exit out of the dialogue, it won't work. So just make sure to hit OK once you finish typing. And we can discuss what sort of vices.
We're aiming for a
explain
single
that
word?
again?
Sure thing. So we're making a vice and we're making a virtue. A vice is something that creates more problems than it solves. And a virtue is something that solves more problems than it creates. And these are basically going to be your character's traits that kind of define your character in a very abstract way. And you can type them on your card, and once you're done typing, hit OK. And if you have a question as to whether or not something would be a good word, let me know. Or a good vice or a good
It's
virtue.
just a singular word, though.
If you want
It's the
to,
same virtue. Let me change mine.
I mean,
Wait, let me change that.
a vice
Here,
could
I'll
be
type out this again.
alcoholic could be a vice, for example, or liar, or something like that. A virtue could be, I suppose let's think. Lucky, resourceful, merciful,
Okay.
daring, right? Stuff like that. And examples of vices would be afraid, greedy, regretful, naive, so on. Those are
I'm gonna
examples.
steal naive.
And I suppose we should actually discuss this because vices and virtues will actually kind of define the tone of our game, in a sense, right? Like if somebody is has a virtue of being funny, that will have a much more a bit different tone than otherwise. But
Do we do the same word for both?
unlucky. What would the word be that would work for both a vice and a virtue?
Well, I was optimistic because I was gonna try.
I would call that a virtue.
Yeah, same. That would create more
Use that
problems
as a
than it would
virtue.
solve.
It doesn't mean so.
I
Virtue
can
doesn't
go
mean
that
it
way.
doesn't cause problems. It just means it solves more problems than it creates. And a
We got
vice,
virtue.
yeah, vice doesn't only mean bad things. It just means it creates more problems than it solves. So it's not
that.
like it's not fully black and white. It's just like, which way does it lean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Pinnacle, how dare you choose literally the second virtue I was going to put
Unlucky,
down.
loyal,
Wait, did he both
Naive.
put the
I was
same one?
about to.
forgiving.
I was typing loyal. I saw you
Prideful.
type loyal. I'm like, what the? Come on.
Okay, I'm gonna
Naive,
change
I
mine
don't
again.
have. Okay, so
No,
we're
no,
still
I didn't choose loyal.
We're on
in
the
end.
same path. We gotta like divert.
we're still
Mhm.
we're
No,
still
I chose
thinking. That's
something
fine.
different at the end, don't worry. Is I mean, this is
Do you want any
seeing how
suggestions?
where it's typed out. This is public information, right?
Sure.
It is public information, right? There aren't really I couldn't really implement the implementing the cards actually being hidden was too much of a pain, and it's not super important. Now in character there might be secrets, but out of character there doesn't have to be.
As usual, yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Um,
I believe it's.
You can
Yeah.
choose loyal, kind of go. I chose something
so
else.
let me know if you have
Fine.
these, or if you don't. I don't
Yeah,
see
no,
your
I-
vice.
You said perhaps suggestions. So I don't know if you're gonna.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm just wondering if you're asking for any.
Yeah, no.
Let me read off a couple more vices for you. Let's see, where are these? Controlling, worrisome, compulsive, claustrophobic, rash, and
Ooh. Interesting.
But like
Paranoid.
bad character traits, right?
yeah.
Oh, paranoid sounds good as fuck.
You can also have less vague ones like traitorous or blind, or you can also have like less vague vices, right? Like in this case, blind.
Greedy.
Greedy is a perfect vice.
Blind is pretty. Okay. Yeah.
Do that.
How about over here? Do you have prideful as your vice and
Oh, wow.
steadfast? Nice. Yeah. Okay. So I see we have some vices and we have some virtues. I think those are looking pretty good. And okay, so everybody has those typed in, and well, now I reveal to you that I have been not entirely truthful because
Oh, good.
Mhm.
we shall be
Oh my. Okay.
we shall be swapping these around a little
Okay.
bit.
Oh.
That's awesome.
So take a look.
Jump scare of the game. Oh no. That's awesome.
So take a look at
Wow.
your vice and your virtue, as we will be creating a character with these traits. Now, of course, it doesn't. You don't have to. Of course, if at any point you are not okay with one of these vices or virtues, right? If it would be like too much or like, something, if you would not be comfortable portraying that, then now is the time to let me know. Then we can kind of like undo that, and we can pick another one. But if you're okay with the current vice and virtue that you have, then we can proceed. Just make sure to remember them, because
Can you guys remind me of the definition of steadfast?
sure.
Steadfast?
I don't know who wrote that, but to me that sounds like. Oh, if you wish to describe.
Yeah. So for what I was going for, or like, kind of stuck in, well, not stuck in their ways, but more, how did this? Not very easily swayed from their beginning opinion, mostly, but not necessarily stubborn, if that makes sense.
Holds fast in the face of adversity. When you're faced with something.
I think it's like the
Stoic.
gamer terms, yeah, stoic. Think of like the
Oh no, is that a vice or a
paladins, the
virtue? That
knights,
sounds like a
and
virtue.
whatever order
Yeah, that
type
sounds like a
stuff.
virtue.
It's a virtue.
It was
yeah.
a virtue.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a
That's
virtue
why I
to me.
chose
So
stoic and not stubborn.
yeah, so if
Mm,
that,
I'm
that,
look
that,
on
that
text.
sounds about fine. All right. Well, make sure you remember your vice and your virtue because we will now be I will now be locking these in. So perhaps take a moment to kind of like remember what you're working with. I will now be locking them in if everybody's good.
Wait, can I fix the capitalization? Sorry.
Okay.
It should be fine. It should be fine. I'm sorry. It's a bit. You'll have to live with it. You're lowercase greedy. You'll take that as is. All right. Is everybody ready
I'm
to
also
move on?
lowercase forgiving, but I'll forgive you. I'll forgive those who did not capitalize them, as that's the type of character that I am.
All right. I will lock in the traits now.
Living.
I'm lowercase.
I'm just trying to get out. Oh, no.
All right. So from here on out, I will be entirely truthful. We will the following card will not be swapped. Just before you worry. Now we are going to define your character concept.
I am homeless.
Actually, no. Sorry. I'm sorry. Before we do that, before we define your character concept, I think I will actually introduce the module that we're playing. Just so because the character concept will basically kind of be like the basis of what your character is.
Scared the shit out of me.
Oh, sorry, you are on mute.
Like
Okay,
you're hot micing right now.
you're fine. So yeah, I'm sorry, I've skipped ahead a step. This is not entirely in my mind. So we're about to create our characters. That is, the character concept is kind of like the core of like who and what your character is. Before we do that, allow me to read today's module. A module is kind of like a prompt that we will be following for the roleplay. Our module today is called The Dead Radio. No one's coming. Not anymore. The radio's gone dead, and you're on your own now. There's only one option left. Fort Victor. All the chatter on the radio seemed to imply that Victor is the place to be. But you're a good hour out. Over the river and through the woods. Literally. Everyone else is packed up and left by now. The town hall's fallout shelter is slim pickings. Not enough food to last the next few days. Not to mention the fact that the generator's been acting up. Maybe a few supplies could be still scavenged, but one thing's for sure. It's time to leave. For those of you who don't know, 10 Candles is set in kind of like it's a mid-apocalyptic world. The only things that are defined about this world is, first of all, it's our modern-day world. 10 days ago, the sun went out. There are no stars. The moon never rose. Satellites are apparently gone. The sky is just blank. Completely dark. There's nothing. That was 10 days ago. And then 5 days ago, they came. Who are they? Well, I suppose we'll find out over the course of this roleplay. That is the setting that we are in. And it will be... All of you are stuck in the very precarious situation of the generator failing and your supplies running low. And it seems that there are survivors at Fort Victor. But you'll have to get there first. So, with that in mind, let's create some character concepts. Character concepts, we'll need 3 things. This will be a bit longer than the Vice and the Virtue. Character, let me scroll up 1 moment. I just need to remind myself. All right, character concepts will need 3 things. You'll need a character name, how they look like, just at a glance, and the concept itself, which means in a few words, who are they? What are they? I can give an example. Here's an example character. Andrew Litwell, that's the name. Mid-40s, salt and pepper hair with long black coat. That's the look. retired lawyer. That's the concept. So those three things. We need a name, kind of how they look like if you just kind of glance at them, just a short description. It doesn't need to be very in-depth. And the concept of who they are, what they are. It can be a job. Here's an example of, it can be a job. It can be, what they think of themselves as, or, anything else that could be descriptive. And if you need help, just let me know.
So a name, description, and then what was the third thing again?
The concept itself. Like who your character is and what they do.
Gotcha. Okay.
And as a note, I will assure you that these cards are not getting swapped around. So this is going to be your character.
No problem. Okay.
And of course, let me know if you need help with anything.
So when we type it in, do we click it and then hit OK and then click it again?
And
for
hit-
another-
Click it,
row
hit OK.
refill?
No. It'll have to be all in one. I'm sorry. This is the
Okay,
best.
all in
This is
one.
the best we
No
could do.
problem.
This is
Okay.
Added spaces to like make it
Yeah.
return.
I'm gonna
you
put
can add
its line.
space, a dash, or
Thank you.
something. Yeah, it's the cards were a bit of a challenge to make, but I could maybe do that. But it would be the tough part would be if you messed up, then you couldn't go back, and I don't want that. Right? Like I could do
No, I
it that way,
understand.
but you wouldn't be able to go back if you messed up, which is not good.
For a description, can we describe like
Hair color, eye color, what they wear, anything. Just something
Okay.
something for us to envision your character by. So we kind of have a age can
Okay,
work.
gotcha.
Age can work as a look, or maybe they're old or particularly young.
all right?
This will all be theater of the mind after all.
Very nice. And then like a job or something.
Or something like that. What does your character do, you know?
Okay.
Were they a school teacher, politician? Maybe they're a hunter. Maybe they literally just had no job. Maybe that's what it is. They're just kind of like an outcast or
I'm a gamer.
a gamer, yeah. A gamer without the generators failing. You won't be able to charge your console.
Okay.
Well-
What's it called?
They're board games. They're board games.
Literally anything is fine. You can actually play anything. As to let you know, I don't think we should probably not do that for this running, just because it's probably best to kind of get used to the game before doing crazy stuff. There is a module where
think I
you
spelled
play
dogs
as
right.
dogs. Characters that literally can't talk, right? You could play as an animal if you wanted to, but that's probably it's probably better to play as a character that can talk while we're learning the game. Yeah, like imagine like Homeward Bound, except sad, even like sad, significant. Yeah.
Oh no, poor puppy. No.
Yeah, but So, but if you wanted to, you can, as long as you know. So it's very freeform, incredibly freeform.
All right. All right. Oh, did it? It went away. Damn it.
Did they make a
Oh, click on it again.
song
Click.
about
You
There we go.
didn't hit OK. Yeah, you have to. If
I
you
could've
don't click
sworn
it,
there
if you don't
was
hit OK, it doesn't like confirm, and it disappears. But if you click
Okay.
on it again, it will
Alright.
reappear. Yeah.
We got it. We got it.
All right. Does everybody have theirs filled out? Perhaps at this point you could talk about your characters so we can introduce each other because your characters will be in this together. So I suppose we can start with you and kind of go around the circle clockwise.
Okay. I am Philip Mayhew. I'm a young man with dark hair and green eyes, and I was a botanist.
All right. Philip Mayhew, botanist. Dark hair, green eyes. All right.
My character's name is Leon. She's 20 years pink hair, but it's littered with gray stress hairs, and she's a failed musician.
A failed musician. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You cut out. It was
Leon.
Leon. Okay, I see.
I put name and status.
I see. Wonderful. The concepts will remain. So, like the virtues and vices got locked in, the concepts will remain here in front of you
Okay.
as a reminder throughout the whole game.
Okay.
All right, Nelly.
I will be playing Ken. I describe them as lanky, and that's all you'll get.
All right.
You can imagine whatever else. And they were/are a technician.
A technician. All right, Ken the technician.
Oh.
Lanky. All right. And finally,
I'm playing Emmy White. Long dark hair, blue hoodie. She is a trophy wife.
I see. What a precarious situation to be stuck in.
Yes, I don't know what I'm doing.
You might want to think about,
Sure.
maybe her husband is already at Fort Victor. I don't know. Well, we might think about that.
Oh, that was what I was going with actually.
You can establish that this is going to be fully improv. You can establish that truth during role play. It is
Gotcha.
not.
Gotcha.
You can establish that truth.
Okay, I'll try it.
All right. So let me try. I already forgot your name. I need to remember. Was it
Philip Mayhew.
Philip Mayhews, Leon, Ken, Emmy White? Was it Emmy
Yes.
White? Okay. Philip Mayhews, Leon, Ken, Emmy White. All right, cool. I'll probably forget, but I'm bad with names, but we'll do our best. All right, is everybody happy with their concepts? Because then I can lock them in, which will just make it untargetable. Like you will no longer be able to click on it and edit. That's just for the sake of, not accidentally editing it.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, good. All right, I can hit lock in. All right, we have locked in the concepts. All right, we have an interesting cast of characters already. Let's move on to the next set. We shall deal the moments. These cards will also not be exchanged. Moments, as you can see from the top, a moment is something that will inspire hope in your character. It is a moment in roleplay that we will, basically this is a fully improv roleplay, but this is a moment that we will be steering towards. Our goal as kind of participants in 10 Candles is to have your character experience that moment. I can give a few examples. I will find hope in a moment of prayer at a quiet church, when one of them lies dead at my feet, when the truth of the sky is revealed to me, when I find my sister, dead or alive, in the contents of my stash back at home, when the fallout shelter's door closes. So these are kind of moments in a story that we're going to be trying to build towards with your character. And so the moments don't have a specified outcome. That's why, when it was Find My Sister, who was dead or alive, the moments don't have a specified outcome, but it is rather just a snapshot in time, and they'll either be able to go well or they're going to be able to go poorly. But it is something that will inspire hope in your character if they succeed.
Okay.
And yeah. And there will be kind of like a way to determine basically whose moments we are trying to steer towards. Essentially, there'll be a game mechanic to determine that.
All right.
Which will become more obvious as soon as we have finished passing out the cards. And we'll also read the moments out, so we'll need to discuss these because we all need to know what your moments are and whose moment is active. Because once again, as whoever's moment is the, air quotes, active moment, we're going to be trying to steer towards. Doesn't mean like we have to get there immediately, but it's something that we want to happen, essentially. And it will naturally happen. As we improv. All right. What are some examples of moments here? What do we have? Let's go around the other direction. Kaneko, I see you have something written. Oh. Your moments. Could you share it with us?
Oh, you want me to read it?
Yes,
Oh,
we do all need to know.
Sorry.
Yes, we do all need to know.
When I find my husband dead or alive.
All right. So, trophy wife, and you're looking for your husband. Nearly. What does your technician
I
want to
see
do?
everyone smiling.
Ooh. All right. That's an interesting one.
When I hear joyful music again.
All right. I like that.
Is it too general to say like when I know I am safe?
I suppose. I was about to say more general is the better, but that actually might be. Let's think. What would that look like in roleplay?
I mean,
Think of a scene.
general, it's just
Okay,
kinda vague.
so let's take with that being safe. What would make your character feel safe?
Okay.
What would make your character feel safe?
I think when they have shelter and food and there's no immediate threat going on. Okay, about
let's think of
when
a specific scene. Like imagine in your mind the scene where this would happen, right? Like what would the scene be? It's kind of like a snapshot of a story. Perhaps we reach Fort Victor. Maybe then they will feel safe. Or perhaps something
That's
else.
true.
I genuinely feel like I just heard.
I mean, I hear like there's a
There's probably
Train
things out there.
horn in the
There is a
background,
train.
but
I
I
tried really hard to find one without traffic noises, but this is the best I could do.
Well,
That was
it's
also,
far away, so all I hear is the train horn.
Yeah.
But I felt like I heard someone like drop something and then run. In, like, a bushy
Well, it's working. It's working.
Oh my god.
Fantastic.
The paranoia
How
is
about-
setting
It's kicking in already.
When I know I am alone.
Oh, that will inspire
Do you like
hope.
being alone?
Ooh. That
What kind of hope? All right.
in. Maybe they're like a super like introvert.
It's subjective.
Yeah.
um
When I see everyone dead, like that.
I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think
It's all right.
huh.
Mhm.
And that's
You're
like
just trying to be the last one alive, dude. Like. just-
Oh my god.
the only reason I hesitate is because
Mhm.
that is very unlikely to happen in our tragic horror.
Yeah, I know. I don't mind. I don't mind. That's fine.
Well, see, the thing is, it's basically, okay, so I suppose we'll skip ahead in the explanation. We will eventually, once we have all the cards in front of us, we'll have a stack of cards. And basically, we'll be able to progress through that stack of cards one at a time. If your moment is the top card, you will be unable to
okay.
progress until you live your moment. So it is something that should be
wow.
able to happen in roleplay. And like being absolutely safe is not something. That's like the one thing. Like this is fully improv.
When
But being
I
fully safe is the
burn
one
it
thing
all
that will not
down.
happen. All right.
What about when I burn it all down?
That's
Wait. Okay.
that's
That's too climactic.
all right. That sounds that is an interesting thing to inspire hope, but in your character. So that is a very interesting thing to inspire hope in your
I could just
character,
grab one with
but
suggestions.
I think that works.
Yeah.
I think you might be slightly
Okay.
unhinged. You know that's what we're about to get to.
Who knows?
Yeah,
Imagine
it's
that's like the first card we get. It's like.
yeah, it's an
okay,
event.
Everything's burning now.
Yeah, I'll read it straight from the document. Moments should encapsulate an event that would be reasonable to achieve and kept succinct and clear to provide a strong direction to fold them into the narrative. So all of us basically need an idea of how we're going to incorporate your moment into the narrative. Now, burning it all down, I think I have an idea of how we could incorporate that into the narrative. So so that would work, I think. The being safe, I would not have an idea how we would incorporate that into this narrative.
Yeah, I think that one's too too vague in general.
It's not because it's vague, it's because this is horror. That's and you're never going
Yeah.
to be safe. So
Yeah.
so
Okay.
that's
Well, it
Playing
could be just
down?
him feeling safe.
Unless you change it to like something like a roof over my head and a door.
yeah, that's
lock.
why I asked what would make you feel safe. That's why the example was I will find hope when the Fallout shelter's door closes. Doesn't mean you're
Exactly.
safe,
I see.
but that is a distinct
Okay.
event. That is a distinct event.
When I see the food,
I have one event for all three of us that will work. Just
So are you
There's a
changing your
common-
mind, or are you
no, I'm just trying to whatever works because I don't want to make anything complicated for other people. So if the burning it down works, but
that one
I'm
works?
just trying to- okay.
When I am no longer starving.
Okay.
That could work as that could
Okay.
work.
That sounds good. When
But yeah,
I'm
it should be
no
distinct.
longer hungry.
Yes, you're running low on supplies, so you have to ration currently.
Hmm.
All right.
Sorry about that. I got something.
All right,
Here we
wonderful.
go.
Yeah, no worries. This is a bit abstract, and so that's why we're working through it together. All right, is everybody happy with their moments and have it typed in front of them? Because otherwise, I will go ahead and lock in. Yep, and make sure you remember. We will have like whatever the top card on your deck is. So I will lock them in now. Boop. All right, and let us get to the final card. Literally in more than one way.
Spooky.
I get a card this time as well. And as a note, this card will be shuffled to the person, I believe, to your right. Yes. You will be passing this card to the person to your right. That includes
My
me.
best friend.
No, that includes me. So, and I will be passing it to Kanako. So, let's talk about brinks. A brink is kind of like a trait, but instead of describing who a character is, brinks describe what a character is capable of. Rather than representing the character as they are right now, brinks are hidden traits which show what the character may become when pushed to the edge of fear, hopelessness, and desperation. When everything else has burned away, a character brink is the last dark refuge.
Okay.
So, I will go in a slightly further detail. Most of you should have a card that says, I have seen you. That means you are writing the brink for the person to your right. What that means is, Kanako, your character, Emmy White, has seen Nelu's character pushed to the edge. They have seen them. So, your character has seen Nelu's character's brink. And that's why it is written as such. So this is in-character information that you would have, essentially. That you're kind of ascribing to Nelu's character. It could be like, I have seen you lie. I have seen you panic. I have seen you kill. I have seen you, etc.
Wow.
That is the I have seen you cards. You should have I have seen them. Your character,
Yeah, I do.
let's talk about them. They,
Okay.
of course, came 5 days ago. But, as I said,
Yeah.
we don't know too much about them as of this time. We don't really know who they are, what they want. But your character has seen them pushed to the brink.
Oh wow.
And and your character will have that extra knowledge about them. And it is up to you here to ascribe a brink to them, basically how they work.
Okay.
Let me think of an example. Examples of them brinks. I have seen them move like shadows, shapeshift in front of me, howl at the pale moon, consume the dead, possess the living, etc.
Okay.
So it is up to you how they operate at their brink.
In order to draw inspiration, can I mean specifically with you, but I suggest we do a little round table.
Yeah.
What
No,
are,
we can
descriptors.
we can absolutely discuss what
So that, like the virtue and the
Those- yeah, the traits?
Vice. I would like to know them for you.
Sure.
Do a round table real
can I
quick, just
finish
to
the
inspire.
explanation because there's just one more type of card. I also have a card
Ah,
that is different.
Okay.
I have the they have seen you card, which I will be passing to Kanako. That is because they have seen your character pushed to their brink. So they know about you, and they're coming to get you.
Oh god. Oh god.
Ooh.
All right. At this point, I do agree. We should have a roundtable discussion because it would certainly help. Though we can we are just ascribing something to the other person's character. However, you can ask to see if it's okay, but it is supposed to be kind of like, this is supposed to be like the shared secret between the two of you, right? So if you wish, you can discuss. Like if you wish to, but you, that's kind of the point, right? The point is that it's improv, and it doesn't have to fit the character. That's kind of the point, because it's not the character as they are, it's the character as they will become, or they might become. It's not guaranteed.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
It's not guaranteed that they will become like that. So it doesn't have to fit the character at all, because that's the whole point. The whole point is that they are snapping.
Can I say it out loud? My idea.
Sure, if you don't,
Okay.
this will
I
be
have
a.
seen them take people away.
All right, yeah.
Okay, that's good. Then I'll put it down.
Yeah, that would work. That would absolutely work.
Cool. Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
Yeah. And this is going to be another one of those things, since these cards will be rotated, we'll do a check to see that everybody's okay with portraying what they get, right? Like we can change it. It's not like, but it is, it
Okay.
doesn't have to be a secret, but this one's kind of supposed to be secret, but it doesn't have to be. It's not, doesn't impact the
I
game
understand.
too much
Yeah.
if it's not secret. Right, but your character will have seen them. The rest of them will not have seen them, right? So your character can choose to share that information if they so desire. All right, let me know when you're finishing up. This one doesn't have to be a single word, but it is much like a trait. It can be. Um,
I just turned off my world sound. Turn them
Oh.
we do have sounds, though they're not super important, but it's just a little ambience while we're sitting around this table.
I think it's much better if they're lower than those voices.
Mhm.
Not like
Of
happy.
course, of course,
I could just barely hear the train.
of course.
I think that was better.
All right, how are we looking on? We have some brinks. It looks like we're all done. So once again, remember, you are passing this to the person on your right. Your character has seen the character on the right do that thing. Your character has seen them, and they have seen you. Right, so it's kind of a little bit to remember. But if we're ready, I can rotate the traits so that you get the brinks,
Alrighty.
so that you get your brink.
So this is information that our characters know. The ones
Yeah,
we wrote.
Yeah.
so
the ones
your
on the
character would
left
know
are just-
about the person on the right. Now the reverse direction is not necessarily right. Like it depends on how they found out. But we can discover that during
Okay.
roleplay, right? So the reverse relationship,
cool.
your character might not know that they know. May or may not.
Yeah, so I don't know both. I just know this card.
Yeah. So we're going to go this way,
Okay.
this way around.
Okay.
Oh, also, I suppose I should add, I should add, I forgot to mention, these candles can be extinguished by clicking on them. Don't do that yet, because once you extinguish a candle, it is out, and we will not be turning it back on for any reason.
Mm-hmm.
So be careful, because the flames are fragile, and
Copy that.
you really have to put your hand like right up to it. But be careful.
Love it.
I'm aware.
Yep,
Yeah.
be careful, because if you put the candle out, well, that's our light fading. That includes in this preparation phase. So you wouldn't want to be careless.
Okay.
All right, I will now rotate the traits. Let's get ready to do that. Oop. Rotate Brinks. All right, so take a moment to look at your Brinks and kind of like remember and like think of how this would fit in your character, or rather how, not how it would fit, but like think of like how you could incorporate this. Perhaps they will eventually be pushed to the brink and then maybe they will succumb. This is not guaranteed. It is going to be your choice whether or not your character succumbs to their brink. That will be your choice. They don't have to succumb to their brink. But that is potentially by the end of the roleplay, they might. So, do we all remember what our brinks are? Because if so, I can lock them in.
I know mine.
All right. Like so. All right. As a final point of notice for the cards, I'm now going to shuffle the cards. There is only one thing that we need. We want to make sure that only at most one person's moment is on the top of their deck, which I have not guaranteed. This is actually random, so we might have to shuffle it more than once. So unfortunately, I have not implemented that, so this will be a little bit awkward. I'm going to hit shuffle. And we have Vice, we have Moment, that's 2 moments, so let's reshuffle. I'm sorry, this is going to be awkward.
No problem.
I have not, Moment.
Virtue.
Virtue. Okay, that's good. So your moment, when I find my husband dead or alive, will be first. That is good. All right. I suppose I will now take the time to explain a little bit about the game, and then we will have our break, and then we will start roleplay. Right? I'll explain a little bit about the game. So, roleplay is going to be split up into scenes. There will be one scene for every candle. When we start off, basically it's going to be fully improv. I'm going to read the scenario again. As the GM, I will be providing descriptions about the world around you, kind of like narration. You essentially will be doing pretty much everything else, kind of. So I will be providing descriptions about the world around you. I will be playing them. And I will also be kind of facilitating obstacles. The way this works is we're going to start roleplay. We're going to roleplay for a bit. And every once in a while, your characters might come across something that they want to accomplish, something that they want to achieve. That's an obstacle. We're going to roll for those obstacles to see whether or not you've succeeded. We had the dice out here at the beginning. You saw they kind of light up when you roll a 6. That's because a single 6, if you roll a single 6, that is enough for you to succeed at whatever you're doing. You get 1 die for every candle, so we will start off with 10 dice. And so it will be fairly likely that you roll some 6s with 10 dice, hopefully. Yeah, and we'll proceed like that. We'll roll, and hopefully you'll get a success. Roll, hopefully you'll get a success as we go through obstacles. Now, what happens if you fail? If you succeed, whichever character is attempting to overcome the obstacle, will get to narrate that success for yourself. You will get what is called narration rights. So if you succeed as your character to doing something, you will get narration rights, and you will get to, instead of the GM dictating how the success plays out, you will get to dictate how that success plays out. On the other hand, if you fail, then I will get narration rights, and I will dictate how that failure happens. And also, when you fail, we will extinguish a candle, and that will end that scene. So, the first failure that happens in a scene will end that scene, and then we will move on to the next scene. Now, there are a couple of asterisks, and I will remind you of these things as we play. We'll start making more sense. There's a couple of asterisks. First things first, narration rights. I mentioned narration rights. The GM also rolls dice. The GM will roll dice, 1 die for every unlit candle. At the beginning of the game, all the candles will be lit, so I will be rolling no dice. But if I roll more 6s than you do, or equal to, how house always wins, so if I roll equal to or more 6s than you do, then I get narration rights even though you succeeded. You have the option to take back your narration rights from me on that success, but that will require you to extinguish a candle and therefore move on to the next scene. Additionally, let's talk about rolling 1s. And once again, I'll remind you when they actually get into the game. Rolling 1s does not dictate whether or not you succeed or fail. A single 6 is enough to succeed. You can roll as many 1s as you want, and you will still succeed as long as you have a single 6. What rolling a 1 does is it will take away that die for the remainder of the scene. So let's say we rolled 10 dice, and you rolled like 3 1s on the first obstacle. Then on the second obstacle, the next person to roll would have 7 dice. This is a communal dice pool. All of you share. So even if your character has failed and 3 dice have, your character succeeded but 3 dice got locked, and then you roll, it will still be 7 dice. You have the option to re-roll dice. Specifically, you have the option to re-roll just the 1s. And you can do that by burning your cards that are in front of you. You have the option, whenever you roll, you have the option to choose to burn your character sheet away to re-roll the 1s that you've rolled. You can do this. This could potentially change a failed roll into a success, right? You could roll a 6. Maybe you didn't. Or you could do it because let's say you roll 10 dice and you roll like 5 1s right off the bat. You could re-roll the 1s in an attempt to get fewer 1s so that future successes will be more likely. Once again, I will remind you of this whenever it comes up. Moments are special, and we will get to moments specially. You cannot choose to burn your moment unless you have already experienced, right? You actually have to experience your moment. So basically, we will have to steer the story towards your moment, which is when I find my husband dead or alive. We will have to steer the story in that direction in order for you to live that moment. All right? Yes.
A question regarding the re-rolling of dice. Say I roll 5 1s, as an example, and
Yes.
I choose not to burn any of my cards, or I can't, or whatever. Those 1s are now completely unre-rollable. Like, say, if the person next
They
to
will
me,
they will remain
wants-
they will remain gone for the rest of the scene. Remember, this is a scene-based roleplay, meaning
Yes.
this is a scene-based roleplay, meaning that we will have 10 scenes. So they will reset to at the end of the scene to the number of lit candles, and there will be 1 fewer lit candle, right? So on a failure,
Say the person next to me wants to burn one of their cards,
they will not be able
but I've
to.
already finished my... They will not be able to. Okay, that's just...
We will have an
specifically my question.
yeah.
Thank you.
It will be your role as the active. You will have 1 active character at a time, and it will be your choice whether or not you wish to.
Okay.
And finally, you can only burn 1 card per scene. So even if you wanted to re-roll once and then re-roll again, you can't do that. You can only burn 1 card per scene. All right, that's a lot of rules. You're probably going to forget them. I'm going to remind you of these rules during the thing. There's going to be actually 2 more things, and then we can take our break. Brinks can also be used to re-roll cards, but those work a bit differently. And they're guaranteed to be the bottom card in your deck. So we will not have to deal with that for a little bit. And finally, when you're burning a card, whenever you're burning a card, even if it's not your moment's kind of like guaranteed to be happening while you're burning it. Even if it's not your moment, let's say you're burning a trait, when narrating the success or failure of that, you're going to have to incorporate that vice or virtue into your success or failure somehow.
Mm.
If they succeed and you're burning a vice, you'll have to somehow incorporate that vice. It doesn't have to be a big part of it, but somehow it has to relate into the narration. And I will once again remind you of that. Any questions before we take our break and before we begin?
Small thing. So this top card is what's going on with our character in that scene. Like, this is
So
the
if you
specific-
you have a vice on the top, if you choose to burn
Yeah.
your vice, right, and you can't shuffle the cards, they're in a locked order. If you choose to burn your vice to re-roll some dice, then we will have to incorporate that vice into the narration. So either you
see.
on a
Okay.
success or me on a failure will have to incorporate that into the narration somehow. So
Okay.
perhaps they are prideful. They will have to somehow they'll have to somehow be prideful while succeeding or failing in whatever it is. And we'll
Mhm.
once again we'll get to that.
Okay. Sweet.
Any other questions? All right. At this time, we can take a little 5-minute break before beginning. Once again, I don't want to interrupt the roleplay in the middle. Probably step away from the table a little bit just so you don't accidentally extinguish a candle. I will pause the time at this time. So the time is paused, so don't worry.
All right.
We can take a 5-minute break and then we will
Sort of
begin.
takes like an hour.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I mean, we're new. Yeah. We had to explain. I don't know exactly how long it will last. The estimate was 4 hours, I think, but I don't know. I don't know how long it will take. That's the problem. Exactly.
I got nothing for but free time. I just
Alright.
wanted to measure it out. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I will be right back myself. I'll get some water and make sure you're all hydrated because this will be like probably 2 hours on the short end, 3 hours on the long end. That we'll be role playing for.
Gotcha.
So make sure you're hydrated.
Thanks, Island. Great
Kirby?
map. I love it. It's nice. I am ready. Alright.
Hi, Jamie, and welcome. Alright, I'm gonna have to take some people away. Ooh. I'm already thinking of ways that can happen, but we shall leave it up to improv. We can create hope and then snatch it away. Let me scroll down to the GM. The first scene in each game. Okay, we're not doing the parting messages. Unfortunately, we can't do that. We'll wait for our lovely participants to return.
Oh, that was 7 minutes. Late. Sorry.
It's fine. You know, whenever I say 5-minute break, I expect it to be 10. But I will continue saying 5-minute break because if I say 10, then it will be a 15-minute break. So.
I'm a little bit more. I don't have any German roots, but I'm a little bit more German on that. 5 minutes is 5 minutes.
I'm back.
All right. If y'all are gonna wait for everybody to get comfortable, because we'll need to be comfortable. Our characters won't be, but we'll need to be comfortable.
I was hungry, so I was immersed. I'm getting uncomfortable for the sake of immersion.
No, I'm all good. I was ready to go. I was just taking advantage of the 5 minutes while we had it. You know.
Yeah, no, it's good.
All right.
Got some
Excited.
orange juice. So I will be sustained. That is what I will use to fuel my evilness.
What? What do you?
The end of the world runs on OJ.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
Philip Mayhew sounds so familiar.
Philip J.
Philip Mayhew. Leon. Or if it was the K. Shoot. Brain.
Very simple name.
You don't have to use the full name.
3
I
letters.
just put last name there.
Just call him K.
Ken.
Okay.
It's a
Ken.
nickname
Okay.
now.
Philip.
Hey, dog.
Leon. Ken. Emmy. Philip.
What's yours?
Leon. Ken. Emmy.
Emmy.
Philip. Leon. Ken.
Emmy.
Emmy.
Emmy. Okay.
Yeah,
You all need to remember
like
too.
from
I'm
the
just
Metroid Dread.
I'm just practicing. Y'all need to remember too. So not just me.
Yeah. That's
Alright.
Leon. K-Dog.
And he takes a
Mm.
swig from the flask, then points at you.
Leon S. Kennedy.
What is your name again?
Just kidding.
All right.
It's Leon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had botanist, field musician, technician, trophy wife.
It
Yeah.
it might be worthwhile. I don't know how immersion breaking this would be, but like to have the cards like hover around our chairs or something.
Maybe. I
I don't know how
suppose.
immersion breaking that is though.
I don't know if I could do it very well, but
Hmm.
we'll do our best. And you can always just like you just be careful with the candles.
Yeah, there's
That's
true.
Can Leon fill up?
You can like peek over your shoulder if you need, or you can ask, there's no shame. I'm bad at names too. All right. There was one thing I forgot to mention. Inventory. Your characters have whatever they have in their pockets at roleplay start. Literally whatever they have on them.
Oh.
Remember, this is improv roleplay, and we are doing tragic horror. It's not survival horror, but that being said, you know, maybe you might want to gather supplies at some point. Maybe. Are there any further questions? Because if we do not, then we can begin the game. It seems like there aren't.
Good.
All right.
Oh, sorry, wait.
Oh, go ahead.
I do have a question. So when we burn a card, if it's a character trait, which I believe most of them are not at the moment, after we burn it, do we lose that trait, or do we
You
just need to
will
remember
lose
that
it.
type of thing?
So you cannot do it right now. Actually, I should say this. You cannot do it right now. The cards are safely tucked away, so we cannot accidentally burn them. But I can enable you to pick up the card. And when I say burn, I mean literally burn.
Yeah.
So we will do that when the time comes.
I meant,
but
so like if I burn my vice, do I no longer have that vice? That's in like in my
your
personality
character,
and stuff?
so no, it doesn't like retroactively remove it from your character. No, it does not. Your character will
okay.
remain who they are. It doesn't like, yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
But it is, they are slowly losing themselves in a sense, and then eventually they'll get to their brink, right? So it doesn't mean that they no longer have that vice, but they're getting closer to their brink.
I see.
Okay. Interesting.
The brink is going to be interesting because that doesn't necessarily get burnt when you use it. But anyway,
Okay.
let us. Okay, thoughts. Same thing with dice. So as I said, you currently can't pick up those cards. Same thing. There's no dice in front of us right now. I can enable you to roll the dice, and you will have to kind of. And that will kind of be done. And when you roll the dice, I ask that you be a bit careful. There's no way for my code to determine if you're just kind of like fiddling with it or if you actually want to roll. So just like be careful. When you're rolling, be like, okay, I actually want to roll. I know it's fun to play with, but there is no good way for me to distinguish between you actually wanting to roll and just fiddling with it. And the code will, count it as a roll regardless of whether or not you intend it to be. So yeah. So once again, it'll be fine if we mess up once or twice. But yeah, it'll just do things with intent, right? And the same thing with burning cards. Let me know if you want to.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
With that, are we now ready? Any last minute questions? I do not judge.
Good.
Can take our time. That was a good one. I totally missed that explanation, so I'm glad you
That
asked.
was a good one. I can't think of anything. I'm thinking real hard though, so I guess I'm just gonna
Alright,
roll with
well-
whatever I didn't remember.
We can just
Yeah.
ask and answer them as we think of them
Yeah.
during the game.
Yeah.
That should be fine as well. There is
Okay.
time. Little of it there
Please.
is, as the candles slowly burn down. A little of it as there is, you'll have time to ask questions. All right. Well, with that,
Eat the candles.
Good luck.
Yeah.
we can begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken.
Just wait for a moment. So these things are true. 10 days ago, the sun went out. 5 days ago, they came. The world is dark. Welcome to 10 Candles. Let us begin.
Oh.
As I find the module again. The scene is as follows. You are all in the town hall. This small room lit by fluorescent lights, softly glowing. Outside, it is pitch black, but inside, you at least have refuge. There's not much food, but you hear on the radio talks of other groups going to a place called Fort Victor. It seems like that is where most of the survivors are or are going. It seems like a safe place to be. Fort Victor is a little bit away. In order to get there, you know that you will have to cross a forest. The town hall is not well stocked. You've been rationing food for the past few days. You still have enough for a few more days, but who knows how long that will last. So, then suddenly, the lights flicker and go out. And then a few moments later, they come back on. The radio, which was up until this point filled with chatter of different people contacting each other, trying to find each other, has gone silent. With a few sparks. And that is where we begin. At this point, this is fully improv. You may do, you're all in this room, you may do whatever you wish.
So we're not at Fort Victor.
You are at the town hall.
We're at the town hall. Okay.
And the radio went silent after the lights flickered on and off. Okay.
The radio is in fact dead.
Sort of.
Oh, okay.
Sort of EMP. What happened to everything? No ideas?
Maybe the antenna
I'm gonna-
broke.
Yeah, I think we should
Somebody
check the
can
radio
fix
apps.
that.
Is it battery powered?
Yeah.
It was Philip. You would know that the generator has been fluctuating. It's been acting up a little bit in the past. And it's still functioning, but who knows for how long.
Okay, so it's an electrical issue on the generator. is the generator working?
I mean, we have lights. It just flickered for a
Okay,
moment.
so there's lights. Huh. And the radio. Yeah, it could be an antenna. That's a good point.
Well, I don't know. Is it even turning on at all? If we didn't have the antenna, it would still turn on. Just wouldn't doing anything. We'd get static. Doesn't seem like we're getting
Doesn't need
static.
fuel
though.
or something.
But the generator or the radio? Radio's powered
The
by
radio.
electricity.
Is it dead air or is the radio off?
You
Dead
could
silent.
you could try to perhaps inspect it or maybe even fix it.
Okay.
All of these things are within your power to do. You just need to ask, and or say that you're doing it.
I think I'm while I'm speaking of doing this, I'm picking up the radio and starting to look around it to see if there's anything obvious on the outside.
The radio is a model that operates off of a wall plug. You can see the little scorch mark on the back. Perhaps the fluctuation of energy or of electricity caused it to short. Perhaps it is fixable, perhaps not. From an outside glance, you cannot tell. Looking at it from the outside.
Look. Quick assessment of it. It looks like the dimming of the lights. The generator acted up a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Something's up with the
Should we get
power
someone down?
part. Well, I mean, I'm a technician. I could probably take a look at it.
Oh,
It's
that's
not
great.
working anyway.
Mhm.
Oh, I might as well. Anyone have a screwdriver? Or something? I forget how to get this open. I'll take a look at that. First of all, I'm gonna unplug it, and yeah, I'll
Smart.
try to take
Alright.
a look on the insides to see if
Mhm.
anything is visibly wrong with the insides. So I'm gathering tools and I'm going to open it up.
All right, that should be fairly trivial for you to do. You open up the radio,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see that there is, in fact, some scorched components on the inside. Not too much damage that it could perhaps be, that it is completely unrepairable. But you would need some replacement electronics, as well as probably a bit of time to fix this radio.
Okay.
Alright. Looking burned. Well, not totally, just, yeah. I need to
What
get
did
like
you
a
do
surge
to it?
protector or something. I didn't do anything to it. I'm just inspecting it.
Well, aren't you a video guy? It's kind of your job.
Kinda. Yeah, I get that. Listen, the radio's like our main source of sanity right now. I'm just trying to. Cool.
You can fix it faster.
I would love to. It's gonna
Maybe
take
I
some
could
time.
take a look at it.
You want? Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the. I'm gonna point to the burnt out part of the circuit board. This would be something we would need to replace. If we have any sort of spare electronics that look like
Okay.
this, we could probably salvage that and use it there. We have a soldering iron. I could fix it probably. It takes some time, but
Okay.
it looks fixable. We have nothing but time.
That's true.
What is?
Correction.
The
You have
light
about 2
situation,
days worth of
like-
food.
Yeah.
The lights are currently on, glowing fairly brightly for the time being.
Like, are they light bulbs or just what kind of
Fluorescent
fixtures are
lights.
If there's tube ones,
Yes, the tube ones.
We could
They-
maybe use those, or maybe one
Mhm.
of them if they have any spare parts.
I'm pretty sure
One
light
of the
fixtures don't have
fixtures.
circuit boards in them.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
we need another electronic thing. With
Like, if anyone's got a cell phone or something, we could probably salvage some resistors and stuff off of that.
I don't got anything
I have a
except the
cell
water.
phone.
Oh,
But what if I just need to use it?
Oh, it still works? Okay.
Does it still work?
It definitely does not. All communication with satellites has been cut off
okay.
10 days ago.
Yeah, what if it works again?
Well,
I think
I don't
most
think it's
people are
gonna
using
work.
radio nowadays anyway. So, unless you have like games on your phone,
Do you have games? on your
Yeah,
phone?
they aren't working anymore.
most of them required internet
Okay.
before, everything.
Mhm.
If
Maybe
if
for
you
my
would
camera.
be so kind as to allow us to repair our radio by salvaging your phone.
I guess, but you have to get me a new one.
Sure.
Okay, you owe me.
Yeah. I mean, everyone owes you, I guess.
Mm.
Right, I'm going to inspect the phone, same tools, etc., see if there's anything I can salvage out of it that would repair the radio.
All right, you're attempting to repair the radio using components from the phone. This will probably take a little bit of time, but as you said, you do still have time, so let us do that. This is what we would consider. Oh, be careful, Kanaka. This is what we would consider a obstacle, and being an obstacle, you are currently the active character trying to do this. Remember, at any point, any time, anybody can do anything, right? So there's no like taking turns or so if you feel like your character would do something, please feel free. It is completely up to you. But for now, it is Naila's character trying to do something, and as such, I will select you and give you the ability to roll some dice. You should have the white ball there. You can let go to roll.
Yep.
And then just
Let go. Oh. Got a
Should
you
there
single
be
have
six
gotten
dice?
a 6. There should not only be 6 dice. Let us reset. I think the first roll can be kind of bugged. Let's clear,
Okay.
select you
Okay.
again, and roll. Roll again. There should be 10 dice. Oh, I should end.
36.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
79.
I'm sorry. That's
Oh,
okay.
Alright.
it's the menu. I have to click the
Fine.
buttons in a very specific order, and I did not do that, so it's my fault.
It looks like it still rolled the 10 dice.
And yeah, it almost certainly did.
Mhm.
End roll, end scene. And then I select you
So
again.
There was a 1 in there, though.
Let's just do it. You rolled a 6. You succeeded. Let's just try. So you've succeeded for sure because you rolled success on 6 dice. But just for the sake of it, could you please roll again?
Yes.
This is where
What spatters out?
1, 6. A lot of 3s.
We actually have 0
Okay.
sixes here.
okay.
I don't see any 6s.
Oh no, I thought that was a 6.
I will now select
Oh, no.
myself and fix this. Here we go.
Okay.
We will since I've pressed the buttons in the wrong order, I will re-roll this until we get a 6.
Okay.
I think.
Which-
Yeah.
We're very
Oh, I
unlucky
gotcha.
today.
Actually, it doesn't need to be.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Hey!
Hey, let's
Okay,
go.
Cool.
All right.
All in all,
did
kind of
it.
the same thing that I rolled earlier. There was a 6
Yeah.
and a 1, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
nice.
Cool. Cool. It's fine. It's fine. This is the first time. It should work from now on. I forgot to hit clear scene because we rolled the dice at the beginning. That's why. If you roll the dice at the beginning, I need to remember to hit reset, which is fine.
okay.
Anyway, so you have rolled a 6. What does that mean? That means you succeed, and you now have narration rights, which means you can describe your success. I don't get to describe it. You get to describe how your character succeeds at fixing this radio.
Mm-hmm. If I were so inclined, could I describe a failure, or I have to describe a success?
You have succeeded. And remember, a failure will end the scene.
Yes.
and bring us closer to darkness, as it will
Okay.
also extinguish a candle. So this is part of the thing. You have to. It is tragic horror, but we are trying to have your characters succeed, even though they won't.
Okay. Let's. Okay, so I will take certain components from the. My character, excuse me, will take certain components from the cell phone. Cell phone will no longer be usable at all. Only can turn on, but they will have correctly salvaged the correct parts to replace the radio. And while the radio still looks burnt a little bit, because that hard to clean off, it will be replaced, and when it plugs back in, it will turn on again, and the normal chatter of the radio that was so reassuring before has come back. Silence has been lifted.
Okay.
Great
Congratulations.
job.
You
I know
have-
you can do it.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I could do.
Thank God. Okay.
Well, this gets resolved, yeah. I'll get you a new.
It's alright, take your time.
The chatter of the radio does indeed come back, and you can hear once again 2 more groups chime in over the radio that they are headed for Fort Victor.
Never thought of going?
Yeah, well, everyone else seems to.
Mm.
I haven't said it out loud. We have 2 days of food left, so that leaves us limited options.
How long
You know.
would it take to get to there if we collectively decided to go? Like, would it take 2 days? Could we even do that?
Maybe.
Well,
and
my-
then stop moving.
My husband went ahead, and he said to wait until he called me back to say that it's safe there.
Oh, you lost your phone.
Sounds like it.
Well, now we can wait over the
Communicate
radio.
with you.
Mm.
I don't know if he'll. Have we heard any radio broadcasts from Fort Victor?
There is back and forth chatter. Some groups occasionally, say that they're going to go, and other groups reassuring that there are plenty of supplies and that they have been holding out for the past 10 days with minor problems.
Really sounds like they're
Okay.
like much weller off.
Mm.
Probably. I don't know.
If we do go, we have nothing to lose.
I think we have everything, but yeah,
There's not really
guess
much
see what you
going
mean.
on here.
there might not be much going on there either. But yeah, it's better. Seems better.
Yeah, I can't guarantee that that generator isn't going to do that again. And we could lose the radio for sure next time, or maybe the lights if it goes super bad. And I think while we
Well,
have
we
the
need-
2 days, it might be good to get a head start on the journey. But no, if like, there's the other alternative that we
Yeah.
could be on our way, and then someone could run into us, try to take it. In which case, Fort Victor would have to be our only option anyway. So it might just be the only option at this point.
A loud snap can be heard from the outside, but the lights remain on this time.
What was
Is that a
that?
survivor? Is there someone trying to come in?
Hello?
Maybe it was just an
I-
animal.
Wouldn't
Hello?
trust
Let me know.
that. I wouldn't call to them.
Oh shit.
You hear no response.
Might have just been an animal.
Isn't it deer?
hope
I love
so.
deer.
Get
Let's
some
go find
food.
out.
I mean, the doors are locked, so we should be.
That's true.
Are there any windows?
But it could be food though.
Mm.
Like I don't really want to volunteer
Are
to
there any
go,
windows
but
for us to
someone
look at
needs
it?
to.
There are. You can try to look out the windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you gonna
I'll
see?
take
Does
a
anyone have a
peek out the
flashlight?
windows.
It is
Mm.
pitch black as there is no light coming from the outside beyond what is shining from the inside of the town hall through the windows. You can
Do we
see
have a
maybe
flashlight?
a few feet.
Well, there was a flashlight in my phone, but
Do you?
you took it apart.
That is up to you, I suppose.
Oh.
We did.
Yeah, I guess
You do?
I could hook
No,
up the
we took phone
battery
apart.
of the phone specifically to the flashlight part.
You can do that?
I mean, yeah, it has to power it somehow when it's on. I could just like hardwire it.
Mm.
Sounds like some finicking.
Gonna make another roll
Let's do
already.
that. Let's do that. Let's do
Yeah.
that.
All right. Let's see if I can muster this up.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
I'm
Alright.
gonna try to do that.
You're attempting to. All right, let's go. Select.
Mm.
Why not? Looks like your skills as a technician are coming in handy.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I chose technician. I thought it would be useful. Ah.
Oh.
Unlucky. There are no
I was kinda
sixes.
hoping I'd fail there.
And the 1.
Okay.
So to be correct, you were attempting to like fix the phone, or basically like the phone's flashlight, or like hardwire.
Specifically the phone's flashlight.
Yeah, like-
nothing else about the phone.
Alright.
Just the flashlight.
Well, it is at this moment where I can remind you that at the end of any roll, you can burn, assuming your moment isn't at the top, you can choose to burn your trait and attempt to re-roll the ones. This will obviously not guarantee a success, especially since, well, there's only one there, and you have rolled no 6s.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, this obstacle will fail, and I will narrate the failure. And then
And that would mean the end of the scene, or no?
it would mean the end of the scene.
I'm willing to burn a card then. I will tempt fate.
You can give it a shot. What, may I ask, is the card that is you are burning?
My virtue, steadfast.
Mm-hmm.
So, how would I integrate that to what's going on?
Well, we can roll first, and then you can decide. We'll see what happens
Okay.
first. All right, so let us, this is a tutorial. I will once again select you, and if you are sure that you wish to re-roll, I will allow you to burn your card. I can't undo that, so I suppose this is, can you confirm that?
Yes, let's.
All right.
Okay, yeah, let's go for it.
I will click burn card, and you should now be able to pick up your card. Unless I have to
no.
select you again and hit burn.
I should just be able to grab it.
Which card are you trying to pick up? Oh, your virtue. Okay, cool.
This one specifically.
All right, clear. Select. If this doesn't work, I'll be very angry because we just tried it and it worked. It's like
Do I
a
need to have
laser menu.
gestures on?
It's
Do
like a
I
laser
have that
menu.
on?
Like point at it.
Ah,
Oh, it's a laser.
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's not a. It's
That
not
one?
like a grab. It's a laser menu. You hit. You hold. It's a pickup basically.
I got a laser.
Okay, well, it's not working. That is very unfortunate.
I might need to have gestures on. I had it off.
You
No.
might need to.
I have a laser for everyone's card.
Yeah, the lasers are there because I can pick up my own card. So
I
and
don't seem to be able to. No.
that is very unfortunate.
Maybe.
Well,
you're right.
unfortunately, in that case, we will just have to remember.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's anything to be done. I think I will just confirm, Kanako, I will select you and hit burn card. Nope.
I do not have an option to.
That is very unfortunate. Well, I apologize. We will not be able to burn our cards.
I can extinguish the candle though.
In
Please
that
don't.
case, yes, don't do that. In that case, I will do
I
a
know, Of
quick.
course not.
Do you all remember your? I suppose your. I apologize. Do you all remember your virtues, vices, ranks, and moments?
Mhm.
we
I can
can-
write them down
I think
in a
so.
notepad.
We can continue playing, but unfortunately, it seems that we will not be able to. I literally just tried this with somebody else in an instance going in. I have no idea why it's not working. That is unfortunate. Oh well. I apologize.
Okay.
We can push on though. The burning cards is not actually necessary for the game to continue. It is like a visual thing. Unfortunately, we won't get to experience that visual thing, but it won't actually. The dice rolling works, which is the important part. So I do apologize for that. All
The
right.
animation was nice. I remember you showing it off.
Yes, I do apologize. I will fix that after tonight's session. But, you know, I can't be that lucky and have everything work the first time. All right, you choose to burn your virtue. And I suppose you will then have to decide what your next card up is on, and I will just let you decide at this point because we obviously can't check. But for now,
Okay.
you choose to burn your
would it
virtue.
be my moment?
If you wish your moment to be on top, then we can do that. Since the shuffling, we will not be able to tell which one was air quotes supposed to be. Anyway, we will
Okay.
continue on. You have chosen to burn your virtue. That is 1 out of 4 cards burnt, and I will select you and select trait reroll, and this should work because you should now be able to pick up the dice. And that does work.
Yep,
Okay.
So far, good. And it's still a failure.
It is still a failure. So, all right. So that's how. Okay. I'm gonna pause this for a moment. So that's how we're going to continue on. We're going to continue on with your cards. You get to choose instead of having it be random. In fact, this is how the game was supposed to be played IRL. You were supposed to get to choose the order in which your cards are stacked. I just did it randomly because I thought it would be simpler. But let's just go back and you can kind of choose which order your cards would be stacked. So you would be moment, and then you could choose vice and virtue. It doesn't matter. You would be virtue, moment, and then I guess a vice. The brink is last for everybody. And then for you two as well, we keep your top card, but then you choose the order of the other two.
Yeah.
We'll just continue. We'll just continue on like that.
Yeah.
All right? It seems like, because see, I can select myself and move this around, but it seems that
Interesting. It's
Unfortunately,
all
it
good. I
is.
got it. Memory. It's the brink and the vice and the virtue, right?
All right.
And that's in the stack. Or
it
is there one
goes.
I'm missing?
There is a vice, a virtue, a moment, and a brink in your stack.
A moment. Oh yeah. Okay, the moment. Okay, I got it. The phone explodes.
All right. I will now proceed.
For yourself is the moment.
I will now proceed and the concept. Yes. I will
That's in
unpause. Technical difficulties. I apologize. All right. You attempt to salvage. Salvage Emmy's phone by hot wiring some of the cables in it, just so that the flashlight works, trying to plug that in directly to the battery. And the phone itself has already gone. It's too far gone, but perhaps you can at least save the flashlight. You try, and it doesn't seem to be working, but, well, you're not one to give up, so you keep going at it for a few hours. How many hours have passed? 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. And yet still the light does not shine until suddenly bzz, a spark arcs across the wires of the phone. And looking at it, you can tell that the light, the LED inside, is now really and truly burnt out. And there is no hope in salvaging this source of light. That was a failure, and as such, to proceed, we must extinguish a candle. And since you were the active player, you can do the honors.
Balls. Okay,
I
well,
will select myself and
You may need to go close.
roll. Can make it go away. There you go. All right. And we have come to the end of the scene. Now, there's one thing that I have not explained yet, and that is how we deal with scene transitions. When we are between scenes, we all have an opportunity to establish some truths about the world. Truths can be literally anything that you want, within reason, and something that matches the tone of the situation. So, whenever a character fails at an obstacle, you will be the first one to get to establish a truth. But as at the end of every scene, I will always start with the following. These things are true. The world is dark. And then, Nelu, it is your turn to establish the next truth. This can be anything about the world within reason. Perhaps you found a new source of light. Perhaps you've moved to a different place. Perhaps, it all depends. Whatever you wish. You establish a
see, it can
truth
be a-
about the world in between the scenes.
The world may be dark from
The world
visible
is...
light, but it is
Okay.
vibrant in sound. In like radio waves, stuff like that. Does that work?
Probably be best to be more specific rather than metaphorical. It is a truth,
Oh,
but
okay.
I could work with that, but this is a truth about the world. So it would probably, because not only I have to know this, everybody else, right? We all have to have a vision of what is true. We all have to... There are many interpretations that could be taken of vibrant with sound.
I'm having a bit of a block.
I believe another way to look at it would be, like, if we're all writing, like, the collective story together, this is something, like, that you choose that has happened to us during
What
this
would you
transition.
do? Yes, what would you do
Such as
after
relocation,
you
yeah.
have broken this phone light? Perhaps
I'm trying to figure out.
you go out and find more components. You find a proper flashlight, or you get in a car and go, or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Mm. It could be good, it could be bad, it could be both.
Find more food. I can't think of anything good. We find more food.
All right, you have
As much
perhaps
as true, we find
slightly
more food.
slightly more specific. You have found more food. All right, that is
We have
that is
found
good.
a source of food in a supermarket. I
Fantastic.
want to get really specific. There you
That
go.
that is a good truth. We will now go around the table, including myself. This includes the GM, each establishing one truth for each candle that is lit. There are 9 truths, and you have
Ooh.
established the first one.
Oh.
So, truth number 2,
Hmm.
Kanako.
And we have found some other survivors that are coming with us.
All right. You have found another group of survivors. Fantastic. Then it is we're going around clockwise, I suppose. So it is now my turn.
Okay.
Your car's front tire has popped and is now flat. Jackass. 4.
Fort Victor is 3 days away by walking.
Wonderful. 5.
Someone in the group is hurt and needed a little extra help to get to Fort Victor with everyone.
Can you be a bit more specific with that? You can specify who, or if
I'm
it was
just-
one of the strangers.
Like, yeah, one of the one of the strangers probably.
Okay.
Have we left to go to Lockford?
Hmm?
I didn't.
Well, you've
I
gone
think
to
we
s-
left to the supermarket. Yeah.
We're in the supermarket, but we're
as
gonna
of
wait
right
till
now,
the
you're in a
sun-
supermarket, but we
Fire.
could establish more truths to change that.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought we were okay. Yeah, but regardless,
Mhm.
their leg is still hurt,
All right,
so they
so
need a little more help, just like getting around anyway.
so one of the strangers' leg is hurt. 6.
As it is a supermarket, it not only has food but many other supplies, including some gas, I guess, something like jerrycans, and a wheelchair.
Only one truth.
Only one truth. I see.
That
I
is
will
2.
prefer the wheelchair then.
The supermarket has a wheelchair. All right.
Mm.
Okay.
7.
Mm. How do I what's the word for this? Philip has a chronic migraine that is slowing us down.
Philip
You
has a
trying to
chronic.
help us or what?
Philip has a chronic migraine.
These damn migraines.
All right. 8.
I need my pill.
There is no way. There are no locks on the supermarket door as they have been broken. And then 9, the final truth, because we have 9 candles lit currently. The final truth will always be, and we are alive. And we all say that. And once we get more used to it, we'll be able to go around in the circle and all count. So this was kind of like the practice run. But in the future, we will say the final truth in unison, which is, and we are alive.
And we're all
we're
alive.
alive.
And we're alive.
Because you are alive.
That's nice.
All right. Do we all remember that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then, all right, scene begin. Give me one moment. Your group has left the town hall, taking your car with to the nearest supermarket well, let's say the last surviving Kmart in the country. How about that? And, well, on your way there, it's quite dark outside. There are no stars, no moon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of 2 people. You don't have time to stop. You manage to come to a halt fast enough to not run them over, but the damage has been done. You meet Steve and Kathleen, 2 survivors, much like you are, who have been kind of on their own at this point. Seems like their place of shelter has gone dark and they were forced to abandon. You take them with you on the way to the Kmart, in the meantime noticing that Kathleen's leg is broken. She cannot walk. Fortunately, when you arrive at the supermarket, you find a wheelchair in which she can at least get around and not be fully dependent on others for mobility. But, well. The supermarket shelves are, well, they're not particularly stocked, but there is food there. There's enough for you to have a decently stocking up. You don't have to worry about starving at this moment in time. And who knows, perhaps there are also other things that you can find here. It has been ransacked. Like, there's definitely been people coming through here, but you can still find enough food. What you cannot find are a way to bar the doors, as the glass of the automatic doors has been shattered, leaving it open to the outside.
Right.
And that is where we begin our scene.
Okay.
Well, clearly we can't stay here for too long.
But there's so much food here.
There's enough.
To gather as much as I can. Also,
We plan to
eat
just
up.
head back
Yeah.
to the center.
I'm pretty sure we're better off going towards Lockport now. Like, we're not too far away.
Yeah, but our tires.
We could probably make it with the food that we can find in here if we really push for it.
Mm-hmm.
Victor, how long have you been walking about the place? Do you want to rest here for a while?
I'm sorry, Victor, I believe, was the 4th. I am not playing a character called Victor.
Shame.
That's the
Victor's a
4th.
new-
The 2 strangers.
The 2
Okay.
strangers' name were Steve and Kathleen.
Mm.
I will be playing
Are
them.
you playing
if-
them?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
if you wish to talk to them.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Victor that question. If he wanted to settle here with Kathleen
Steve,
for
Steve.
You mean
not a
Steve?
Victor's
person.
name is
minute.
Steve.
Steve.
Victor is the
Who's
fort.
Victor?
Victor is the fort that we're going to.
Victor.
Well, do
Or
you want to
maybe.
ask the
Maybe.
fort?
Victor, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm sane.
What, here?
Steve. Yes.
Here, and
at the-
what
at
are
the
and what are
market.
we gonna do when we run out? Like, yeah, there's food here, but what will it last? Like,
I just meant take a break, or if you think your friend is able to keep going with us, you know, we got our chair, so we could keep pushing.
well,
it,
and
but-
whose fault is that?
Oh, that's my fault.
I
I'm
didn't.
sorry.
I wasn't driving.
Yeah.
Well, the least you can do
It's hard to see. It's so dark out.
to repay. The least you can do is get us at least someplace safe. We were all set to go, and then you lot come along, and it's the fucking end of the world, and we still have to watch out
Yeah.
for cars when we cross the street.
Well, then is that really my fault?
I mean,
I'm just saying, if you weren't in the street, I wouldn't have had to slam on the brakes.
And where exactly do you want us to go? Just stay in the forest and die?
Well, maybe I'll walk like along the road instead of in the road. I'm just saying.
So help
maybe
me.
not. I might be a lot coming from me, but I know you have a broken leg and stuff, but like, I don't think it's worth arguing or bickering about it. It happens.
Yeah, honey, calm down. I think these strangers, I think they've been trying to help us.
Didn't technically have to. I think we would have no matter what, but
Yes,
could have just continued.
I'm grateful for that. It was just an accident.
Let's just gather materials. I don't think it's good to stay here, no matter what. I mean, did we set up a trap or something for a wild animal? Are there even wild animals? Did you guys ever see a wild animal? Like when you were driving, you were
Oh,
supposed to be paying attention to the road.
Oh wait, Leon, you saw that one thing, right?
well, I don't even know what it was.
Mm.
It's kind of really dark
Oh.
outside. But it looked about maybe 3 feet tall, so it might be quadrupedal, I'm assuming. If not,
What's that?
just a really small person. Or walks on 4 legs, essentially.
Oh, okay, got it.
Maybe it might have been like a bear, something like
A giraffe.
a giraffe.
Giraffe?
You know what? Why not? Whatever.
I'm
perhaps
We don't know what it was. It was a while back anyway.
keep going.
Who
Sorry.
knows what's outside?
Are there any lights on in the supermarket? No? Are there lights
The-
on in the supermarket?
Ah, I see. I suppose we did not define that as a truth.
Yeah.
The supermarket does have a backup generator, but it is not big enough to power all the lights. And it is certainly not big enough to power all the freezers. Those have long shut. The food in there has long shut off, and has begun to spoil. There are some lights on in the back offices. However, the back staff areas. But the main hall of the supermarket, where all the supplies are, is shrouded in darkness, other than that which is provided by whatever source of light that you have.
Maybe we can actually find a radio that isn't outlet dependent.
Wouldn't be half bad, yeah. Should search around for that, perhaps.
Yeah, I can do that. And
That sounds like we are
Good luck.
reaching.
like search around.
It sounds like we are reaching an obstacle. You are searching for a portable radio. we should have, before you roll, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dice. Fantastic.
Perfect.
Okay.
So the dice work. That's good. We
Gotcha.
can play the game.
All right.
A success.
Cool.
Oh no.
A success
Come on,
we
Panda.
and a single one.
No, you succeed.
Yeah.
If we get a 6.
I swear, we were
Take
joking
whatever you
around
get.
yesterday while we were testing this that we would sap all the luck because we were rolling like 4 or 5 6s at a time.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Mm.
We would,
Oh,
we
my
were
God.
sapping all the
Gonna
luck
repeat
from
every
this running.
single time.
But you have,
Exciting.
this is a success. And however, there is now one unlit candle. And this is where it gets interesting. As I also get to roll some dice.
Ah! It's purple.
It is a 4.
No. The Urple.
You have rolled more successes than I have, and therefore you get narrative control. That is, you get to decide
Yay.
how you succeed.
Okay. So since the lights in the back offices are on, that's where I check immediately first. And I do happen to find 2 like portable radios that seem to be working. One with just the regular dial, and then one with like the button channels. So, I'm not very well versed in like using the radio, so I just bring it back to the group
Okay.
for everyone to like take a look at them.
Wonderful. You have not 1, but 2 portable radios, and they both seem to be in working
That's
order.
awesome.
You may continue roleplay.
What's
Oh, I forgot to mention they are battery powered, so we might need to find batteries.
Yeah.
They seem
they're
to
not
be.
much
They
know that
seem
they're
to be
working.
in. They appear to be in full working order, including with batteries.
Batteries are.
Yeah, you wouldn't have
Okay.
been able to test it
Like, they
otherwise.
have them in there, but like any spares just in case.
We need more battery.
Thanks, Leon.
Yeah,
problem.
this is actually a great boon right now.
Who gets the radios?
Can we just put them in the car?
Yeah, I mean just in general, but okay. Yeah, sure for now. I
We
just
might
was
want to
wondering
keep
if
the.
any specific person's gonna carry it. Either one.
Well, should we go out there? It's so dark.
Well, I mean, we have to go back to our car
It's
eventually.
never gonna get any brighter.
I would like
Mm.
to find a light source, so we don't have to.
You're
rely
gonna
on
have to
car
take us to a
headlights
safe
alone.
place too. Don't forget about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could give them the radio.
I mean, we have to give
Yes.
everyone a.
And what exactly
take
are we gonna
ourselves
do with
too,
that?
I think.
I don't want. I don't want a radio. I want a place to be.
Well, in case
Well,
we get
if-
separated,
Oh, okay.
we can find each other. Oh, go on, Leon.
Well, if we do end up splitting up from you guys, I'd assume you'd want a radio in case for contacting anyone, not just us, generally.
All right. Well, that makes sense, but still, we're coming with you. Still, I'm not
Mhm.
about to.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Not about to push my wife.
that's-
However, where do you say you're going? Not
It's
about to push
some
my
place
wife.
called Fort Victor that sounds like everyone's going to. They keep saying that it's safe there. Sounds like there's a
Radio.
lot of other people, so that
Which
would also
you would
be
know
good.
if you had the radio.
Mm.
All right.
So-
Well. Thank you, I guess.
Have we got?
So, I mean, we should look for a light source because currently we just have the
Yeah.
like headlamps of the car and the offices of this supermarket. We've got some food now.
It's Ken.
Uh,
It's Ken.
yes.
So, flashlights.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Ideally, I mean, at the very least, a lighter. So I'd like to look
Candles,
for
something.
something to make, light sources.
Perhaps may I
That-
suggest you're
that-
just looking for general supplies. You can list maybe more than one thing
Okay.
that you're looking for.
Hmm.
Yeah, that sounds
If
good.
you
We
so
should-
wish.
should
We
do some
obviously
supplies.
found food, so we've
So we got
already found
food.
food.
It'd
Yep.
be good to have some kind of means of self-defense, and then also a light source.
Mm.
And I think that we'd be good to keep on traveling.
and
We
some
would need
first
a new
aid.
tire.
Oh yeah, tire.
Oh, I have
tire
mace.
as well.
It's in my purse
You've
here.
Oh my god, you had mace this whole time.
Yeah, well, what if there's a creep out?
Oh,
I didn't
oh
know
my
you had
God,
mace.
okay. I forgot that's like a spray. I'm like, you have a
What else would it
mace?
be?
Emmy, where'd you get that flail?
Ooh,
Look, I'm not carrying around like medieval torture equipment.
Wow.
Or like a first aid kit if, to treat the person who's hurt.
Yeah, that might be
Preferably.
good.
Should we
too.
just find a doctor,
Medical
though?
supplies.
I think first aid kit.
I believe you did specify in your truth that they are fine at this moment. So
Oh, okay.
Oh. Oh, okay. I just
that
thought
they are
like
they are
a
injured but
wheelchair.
stable.
Did you just?
So
What?
that should be fine. There was a noise that came from your mic, but it was yeah.
Oh, it was from your mic. Okay.
That was not.
I think that was from a mic.
No, I haven't.
Are you getting paranoid already?
I'm getting immersed. That's what I am.
Immersed.
And then there were
With the
four.
noises and the fear.
Ah.
So we go look for these supplies and we just end up with a collection, or do we roll for that? It's like
So
is it an option?
general supplies, I would say, could all be grouped under one thing. The tire, perhaps. I don't know if they sell
Mm-hmm.
tires at the supermarket, so maybe that would be
Yeah,
something
generally not.
else.
Mm.
But if
Okay.
you want to look for general supplies, that is something that perhaps you could do.
Okay. Yep.
Like
I'd be
A
happy
couple of
to.
flashlights, first aid kit, that sort of thing.
Okay.
You want to be
Okay.
kitted out.
Do you think as some kind of like? It doesn't have to be. Yeah, like a weapon of some kind, or would that be a different thing?
At the supermarket, perhaps somewhere else.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe
kitchen
maybe
knife?
maybe
What kind of supermarket?
yeah, maybe we're in like, I don't know, maybe you can establish a
Okay.
truth that like we're in like Texas or something, and then maybe, but
Oh,
I didn't
like
even
every
if
place
I-
in
Oh,
America
then
has guns.
there's
I was
probably-
thinking,
like
Yeah,
if I had a
in a
cheese
Kmart.
knife.
I don't know.
Would be a little bit
The
better.
Kmart's, the
We're establishing
Kmart's
this
that
is
I've been at,
specifically
the
Kmart,
Kmart's
yeah.
that I've been at have not had guns, but I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, well, obviously, I meant more like
that would
like
still be up
a
to a
kitchen
roll.
knife or
That would still
something.
be up to a roll and probably be
Okay,
separate
yeah.
from general
Mhm.
supplies.
Okay, be a separate roll.
I
That's all
mean,
I'm-
a knife,
sounds good.
a knife can probably be a general supply like that. That's
Okay.
as a
Yeah,
reminder,
I
this
will
is not so much survival horror,
have a
so
look there.
that's why we don't need to kind of like
Yeah, no, I understand.
get all the supplies individually, and that's not really the point
just
of
a-
the role play either. You will never
Okay.
be kitted out enough to be fully safe, but of course, if you wish to
Gotcha.
find supplies, then we can still do that. That
Some
is why
medical
I'm
stuff and a light source, and then should we just
yes.
throw? Well, I guess we could just throw. Oh, we'll see how the roll goes. Okay.
All right,
Then
so
General
I'll roll.
supplies. We're good.
it seems like you have been the most active here, so I will dub you the active player. You're looking around
Yeah.
the main room of the supermarket for supplies. As you
Okay.
go in there, the wind is kind of blowing through the door because, well, the door is wide open. There is no,
Yeah.
the door isn't actually there.
Okay.
It's gone. And
Okay.
let me select you. As you look through the supermarket, I mean, let's see what you find.
Hmm?
This should be 8 dice.
I count 8.
2, 3, 4. Oh shit!
Damn.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's
5,
a couple of
6, 7.
Oh
sixes.
my.
Normally at this
Yeah,
time,
there's still a
normally I
one
would
now.
roll, but
Mm.
I cannot beat that roll, so I will not. Even
Okay.
if you succeed, I don't know if you wish to or not, even if you succeed, the option to re-roll ones is still there, because remember, ones will become locked. That's why we have 8 dice now, despite there being 9 candle. It's
Yeah.
because one of
I
them has
gotcha.
become locked. I
Mm,
just
got
wish to
rolled.
remind
Okay,
everybody.
okay.
Not to pressure you into doing it right now, I just wish to remind everybody.
Yeah.
But if you're fine with that, that is a success, and you may narrate if you're
Mhm.
fine with that.
Are we allowed
Okay.
to like town hall whether or not he should burn his car or not, or is it
You're free to discuss.
very much an individual choice?
You're free to
Okay.
discuss, but the choice at the end of the day is up to the character, right? Is the character edging closer to their brink?
Mm.
Mm.
But you're free to discuss that as a group.
I mean, strategy-wise, it's worth it because like we're already succeeding this. So
Okay. So
we have a good
what was
chance
the-
of saving a
what was the-
dice. If you were to burn a card,
Okay.
we would be saving a dice for the next roll because there will definitely be a next roll before a candle goes out. Seeing that you have definitely succeeded.
Yeah. No.
But that's
I
like-
wasn't.
that's
I
like
wasn't-
meta-
I wasn't
meta-ing
planning
a
to burn a
little bit.
card. No, it's fine. I understand.
Oh, you weren't? Okay.
Can you remind me actually, Nelly, what is your moment? Because I remember your moment was active. Yours was music. Yours was food, or
Not being hungry.
not being hungry, and yours was
When I see everyone smile.
you see
Pending
everyone
that
smile.
one.
Okay, that's currently active. All right, wonderful. Yes,
Okay.
I just didn't remember yours. Yeah. So that
You're
is
not going to be burning a card.
that is up to you.
I wasn't planning on it.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Well,
just got 4.
if
Give you
you're
reasons to
No, shit.
burn it.
Okay. So
I don't
so
think we
what
should
would the
burn it.
reason be?
Okay. Purely strategically speaking, it would give us another dice for the next roll
You
before the
could-
candle goes out.
if you don't, that
okay.
one is guaranteed. You currently have rolled 8 dice. The next time you will be rolling 7 dice because that one will be locked in. That is the reason that I mentioned. Now,
Gotcha.
who knows? Maybe
Mm.
this is already a success, so maybe you save it for later and try to turn a failure into a success. Or maybe you make it more likely that future successes are more likely because you have more dice. But of course, it's not a guarantee. It is a re-roll. It's not a guarantee.
So, is the dice like that for the rest of the game, or is it just the scene?
The rest of the scene,
Just
it
the scene.
resets at the end of the scene.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Interesting.
But what I did earlier
Um,
when I burned my card is I was trying to
Yeah.
get a success out of it. I could have. It was very much a gamble. Like it could have worked. It could have not. If it had worked, hey, we would have had that dice for the rest of the run as well. In your case,
Okay.
it's less of a gamble because we know we're getting all of these dice except for that one for the next roll. If you were to burn a card
see.
and do that, we would
Uh,
potentially a 5 and 6 chance of getting that dice back again for the next one. But it's
Mhm.
not
I mean,
necessary at all.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not for the rest of the run. It's just for the rest of the scene.
Rest of the scene. So
Yes,
the moment
exactly.
a candle goes
Yes,
out, we
okay,
will be
so we
back
have-
up to
Mm,
8
mm.
dice. Not.
That's what
Okay.
I meant by run. Sorry. Dean,
Okay,
I should use the correct
because we
vocabulary, I'm
have
sorry.
16 rerolls among all 4 of us, essentially.
Overall, it is up
Mm.
to
So-
you, and
Mm.
it's not.
For the
I
whole-
will say
yeah.
it's not
Mhm.
not huge amounts of
Mhm.
pressure because remember,
Yeah.
the end
Yeah.
is inevitable regardless of what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I gotcha.
Obviously.
I'm happy to take a risk. I'll do it.
All right, you're burning a
Yeah.
card. I will cope for a moment and hit the burn card button, and it probably won't work.
Okay.
So you probably can't pick it up.
See.
But if we do, you can just remember you have burnt your card, which is your. What is your card? Your vice.
Yeah.
All right, so you have burnt your card, which is your vice. You can decide which card is next between your moment and your virtue.
Right. Okay.
You
So
can
the
decide which one of
process-
those is next. And then after that, I can select you for a reroll. So don't roll
Okay.
yet. I will s-
Should I tell you when I picked the next one?
All right, I have selected reroll, so you can roll again.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I picked. This one.
Oh, does that work for you?
Look at that.
Oh, don't burn
That's
that. Don't
neat.
don't burn.
It
Don't burn.
worked.
Nope, nope, nope. Stop, stop.
Not that one.
won't.
It's not working.
Because
Okay, I will select myself and hit.
Yeah.
I will select myself and hit burn card, and then I will select you, and then
No
I don't
problem.
know why that's broken. Whatever. I select you and hit trait reroll, and you should be able to
Oh.
re-roll that one.
Okay. Okay.
Was it because they were the
Yes, okay,
second
The
that's
dice,
person who
the roll,
joined?
dice roller is in front of
maybe?
you. It's. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to.
Hmm.
I won't think about it for now.
Ah.
That's a 2.
Yeah, 2.
It's not a 1.
Yeah.
Therefore, you have saved that dice.
Okay. Whoosh. That's good.
You have saved that dice, and basically, what that means,
Is
you'll
the
have that
strategic
dice you'll have that dice for the next scene. However, you no longer have your vice. You have burnt your vice. So, in your you have narrative control. So in your narrative, you'll have to somehow work your vice into that, which is prideful. Doesn't have to be like
Okay.
so somehow that comes into play while they're looking for supplies, but they do succeed.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I find every general thing we need. What is that? And I find at the pharmacy area some medicine, some some drugs that would probably help ease the condition of the couple. But I haven't known them for very long. I don't trust them as well. I think I'll save it for the 4 of us just in case and not tell them. Would that count?
Was that pride?
I don't know. Because it was selfish.
Mm,
Not necessarily
Okay.
same thing.
I mean,
Is
it
enough?
doesn't. It doesn't have to be like super. Like it doesn't have to be super specific. I probably wouldn't consider that very prideful. Prideful is like, well, you're proud of what you did, and you will kind of stand up for it and announce it to the world.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be like super. That would be more like greedy or like backstabby, but
Okay.
you're proud of your work. It doesn't. Once again, it's not. It doesn't have to. Like it's not. But it's like a flavor thing. But
I gotcha. Okay. Look at all this shit I found. I'm the best collector we have. I'm the best guy to find things.
there you go.
Look upon.
That's it. That's it.
So we got some medical supplies and we got some light sources. Also ran on batteries, but they have working batteries right now. So
Oh, that's great.
yeah.
They must have left this place in a hurry. I'm guessing. There's so much good stuff here.
Yeah. You're
I
kind
never
of in
even
the
knew this
corner.
place existed.
No tire, I'm assuming.
No,
think you
I
searched for
didn't
that.
see an auto area or
Oh.
anything. Yeah.
Maybe we could look for a gas station nearby or something. They would have something. They probably do. They usually
Or
have
even
some sort
kitchen
of
knives,
garage.
unfortunately.
Yeah, we can go down to like the dealer.
Oh, my husband and I actually, I think we passed we passed a gas station on Well, not on our way here, but it was back towards the center of the town. Could I think I remember the way, but it's very dark outside. So
How far away do you think it is if we had to go there? We would have to go by foot. I know.
before you hit me, I think we might have been walking for like 20 minutes or so.
Oh, so it's actually not that far.
Yeah.
But then we have flashlights now too, so you might be able
We
to
need a
recognize it
tire,
more.
not gas. And-
Well, they might have tires at the gas station. It's not impossible. People stop there
Well,
for
it's not the
repairs
tire
sometimes.
station. Don't we have to go to like a dealership?
Oh.
Not necessarily.
I guess.
That's where
It
we
says if it
always get
came
the
out, it
tires
might.
from.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's just that we don't really have a map of the place, unless you found a map in the general supplies that you found. I'm assuming a lot of people use GPS now, so I don't know.
Yeah, I could have just Googled
No,
it,
yeah,
but you took my phone.
I use my
I don't
phone
think Google works now, lady.
the whole time.
Mhm.
When I was
Yeah.
navigating things, so that's gone. I don't even know how to read a map.
Steve kind of chimes up
Mhm.
while discussing. How? I mean, how bad can it be? All you did is, I mean,
Do you wanna take a look?
yeah, how bad can that tire be? Like you've
I guess, yeah. No one's really looked at it.
like it might just be a flat. Perhaps we could refill it, or blow it up somehow.
Mm,
Hmm.
You know what? I'm
not a bad
gonna
idea.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go out and take a look at it.
Okay,
Oh, good night. Good night.
fine. Give him a
By
flashlight,
yourself.
maybe.
Do you need help?
I'll go with him.
Yeah, Leah can go with
If you wanna
Okay.
come with me, I'll
Yeah.
while
I'll
you're
go
while
light.
you're sitting
You can
around
yell at me.
and discussing, somebody's got to do some useful work around here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Look, I've been delegating.
Alright, Steve.
Stay safe, honey. All right, let's.
Okay,
what was
I'll
your
go with
name?
Steve.
Let's go.
Philip?
Philip.
Alright. And do you have mechanic experience, Steve?
It's a tire. We just got to inflate it.
Yeah.
It's not like we're like fixing the car or something. Are we? Is there something you haven't told me?
No.
Better be the case.
Do you have an air pump?
Well, no, but I'm sure we can think of something.
Or you just use your mouth.
Oh.
Sounds easy.
That's not how that works. I don't think.
You wanna try that out?
They sell bicycles at this store? I don't know.
Didn't see
I
any.
didn't find any air pumps.
They had a wheelchair.
Oh. I don't know if
Mm.
that's. Maybe they had some way to pump the wheelchair wheels, or are they solid? I don't know how wheelchairs work.
I think we.
I mean, there's
are
probably a
solid.
spare tire in the back. I don't think I took it out.
Yeah, they're usually pretty.
It was too
solid.
heavy.
The-
We
like,
can
the wheels
totally look
specifically?
around
Okay.
for like an air pump. I can go take a. I can go look for some. If they have anything like that.
Is the dice roller thing out for a reason?
Whoops.
Oh,
Thank you.
I don't think we have a spare tire.
I mean, I can go show you the spare tire in the back. It's probably there.
How are you so sure of
That's
yourself?
okay.
There's definitely a
I
spare
wonder.
tire.
The spare
Where?
It's my
tire.
car.
Emmy,
Oh,
show me the spare tire in Emmy's.
Emmy's car
Ah.
has. Wait, so you had a spare tire all this time and you haven't been telling us? Let's go right now.
Well, I didn't think it was important.
We
Like
have
if
a
it's
flat
tires
tire.
Come.
Popped.
All right, I'm heading out there.
Okay, fine.
You come with me if you want.
Okay, fine.
I guess we can
fine.
start
I go out the
transporting
whole.
our stuff out there now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
let's just
Yeah,
all
let's do that.
Emmy, as we come to another obstacle,
Mhm.
Okay.
I will select you. Let us roll.
Okay.
Autobots, roll.
A success.
Yay!
There is only
You're
one
in
candle
trouble, okay.
unlit, and therefore I will not be rolling for narrative control.
Oh,
Okay.
There are
your moment hasn't happened yet.
2 dice out. You cannot burn your moment, as you have not found your husband. But perhaps we can. Perhaps we should work towards that, as a reminder.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Okay.
That's why I want to
In the trunk the whole time.
Maybe.
So we make our way out
Maybe.
to the car with our lights.
You can narrate that.
Mhm, it is, of course, very dark out. There's no light except for light from our flashlights and whatever kind of spills out from the store.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate the car is also black, making it even more difficult to spot. But in the trunk, she goes and unlocks and opens it. Somehow the battery and the key fob is still working. And sure enough, after a good minute or two of finagling, she refuses to let anybody else help her. There is a
Okay.
spare tire in the back, and she kind of like gestures to it. I think this is it. It's kind of small.
Cool. Yes. This is a tire. Steve,
Miss,
right?
not only is your driving god awful, but like if you want to survive out here, you're gonna have to speak up if you have like important information. Is there anything else?
Well,
You're
I
not-
didn't think it was important.
Your car has a flat
yeah.
tire and you have a spare in your trunk and you didn't think that was important?
Well, hey, Steve. She had a tire at least, you know.
Whatever.
There's
Let's
a
just
tire.
Fooled me.
let's just get this changed.
Yeah. Let's just do that.
Like,
Thank
I've
you,
never
Emmy.
changed a
Good
tire
job.
before. That's why I never said anything.
Okay, but you
I just
have
fixed the
one.
first one. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So while they're
Where's the wrench?
fixing up a tire, or we are, I could we could start moving our stuff into the car. I think because it looks like we are pretty good to go on our way again.
Stuff that we found in the supermarket, yeah.
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 2
Yeah,
radios,
so
the
to
general
trunk or
supplies and
whatever.
food. That sort of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Did you
the
say
wheelchair.
that the staff lights in the back were on?
Yes.
Mm.
The main like where the supplies are is not.
Like
Okay.
there's like an exit, like an emergency exit sign, I'm sure. It's like just barely on, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Could I walk to the back where the staff rooms are and try to see
Absolutely.
if I can open the door?
And it's been open. I presumably you said
Oh,
you
so
would
it's been
you would be
open.
moving
Okay.
your stuff.
Yeah.
That's where I got the
Mm.
radios.
That
in the
as well.
back.
Yeah, so
Steve
they're
Steve would
definitely
be
open.
helping with that. Kathleen is waiting for obvious reasons.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything in the staff rooms?
There's the radios.
Okay, the radios were there. Okay. Just making sure we were thorough. All right.
Did you
Spoiled
find
me.
anything else in the staff rooms that were perhaps of interest?
Well, most of the devices aren't working anymore because, Wi-Fi and stuff. But if you
Mhm,
wanted
yeah.
to grab them for scraps and extra parts for whatever reason, they are there. Like
That's
some
kind of what I was
computers and-
thinking. That's why I brought the plug-in radio with us. I thought maybe we could like
Mm.
do something with
If-
that.
A noise
You mean like
echoes
a
through
power
the
bank or some sort?
supermarket.
Oh.
It seems some boxes have fallen off of one of the shelves.
Oh shit.
Continue.
That's eerie.
Someone over there?
Hello, are you there?
Okay, not
I
so
don't
loud.
know if I trust that.
Hello.
Might want to hurry up. You
Your
guys replace
calls
that tire
for
yet?
hello are not responded.
Mhm.
Steve?
No response.
He should be done. Is he?
Yeah, Okay, I think I'll go check on Steve at the car again.
Weren't you
Or
there
is he
too?
still
Wait,
there?
wasn't-
Sweet.
Or was
Last
Steve
you
with us
saw
on
of
that?
Steve Phillip, he was coming in with you to help carry your supplies.
Oh, okay, okay,
I
Oh,
see.
so he finished the tire
So the
already.
tire is replaced, yeah.
okay. So I think we should.
Okay. Yeah, we should probably get going.
I'm gonna head over to the car, just to see if I can.
I want to see if I can locate Steve.
Mhm.
Is the thing. But all right. If he'd be anywhere, he'd be at the car, right? Because why would he be over there knocking boxes down, not saying
Mhm.
anything? Though he has kind of been a dick for the last couple of minutes. So
Is
Yeah,
his
maybe
wife
he's
here
pissed
with
off
us?
at me.
She was in the wheelchair, presumably, with
Is she
Did he
probably-
push her out,
Kathleen
or
is
she still here?
Kathleen is waiting by the car.
Yeah.
Or, like
Okay, so she's
in the
out
car.
there.
Mhm.
I was under the impression we can retroactively do this, that people are out by the car and some people are going in to get the stuff and coming back
Okay.
out.
yeah.
Mhm.
Alright,
Yeah.
I will chill by the car.
That was
Okay,
my
yeah, you were-
understanding of the scene, but of course we can change that.
My understanding that Kaneko's character was just watching Steve replace the tire.
The tire has been successfully replaced. That was that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Was there something you were looking for?
Nope,
That she
just
wanted
trying
from
to.
the back?
Nothing in particular, just yeah. I mean, a map specifically. I would like to know where we're going, like what direction. If there's anything, other buildings that might be useful here.
Oh, could you get me a scarf from inside? It's getting kind of cold out here.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
It's getting
We
really
have no
cold.
light
Oh,
anymore.
we can go look for those.
I think
That might be a little
I'd like
further
to
in.
investigate where that noise came from. Did I already leave
I'll
the
be
store
right
to
back,
go
I'll be
hang out by
back.
Steve?
Okay.
I guess I'll go with him, considering I'm looking for scarves and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's scarves by
Okay.
the boxes that fell.
I'm gonna continue moving boxes back and forth, like to our car. Up to
I
our
will
car.
I will say you won't have to roll for getting scarves. Let's
Okay.
say
Okay.
you can
Okay.
just find
I'll
those.
just be with him as like a witness.
All right. Wonderful. What else are you doing?
I wanted to see if Steve was there. Where the boxes fell, or if somebody or an animal was there or something.
You can try perhaps to either specifically look for Steve or perhaps investigate just around the
Yeah,
area
just
looking for people. I think both
signs
of
of
those
life.
things could be the same
Mhm.
thing in my opinion.
Okay.
So if you wish to do
Okay.
that sounds like an obstacle to me.
Yeah. Okay. Signs of life.
Did we see the boxes falling, or did we just hear the sound of boxes falling?
You heard the sound,
Yeah.
and
I think we heard
that's what
something
it
in
sounded like,
Okay.
is boxes falling.
Okay.
the dark. Okay. All right. Here we go. Oh no.
That is not a success, and as you
Yeah.
have already burnt your trait, you cannot burn
Yeah.
another one this scene. I will now pause the
Ah.
time as we wait for
Okay.
Hanako to return
Yeah, that'd
because
be-
she needs to be here
that'd
for
be
this.
good.
Hmm.
That'd be good.
While we're waiting, small question.
Steve, no.
Whenever I roll the dice, it would go back to my position. Whenever they have rolled the dice thus far, it has gone to the.
Yes,
position where I'm at.
I have realized, and that's not supposed to happen. That's another bug. We can just ignore it.
Okay.
The dice work
Okay.
mostly. It's once
I
again,
see.
once
I
again,
see.
we tested this. So I tested it with the full amount of people. So oh well.
Yeah, of course. I gotcha.
I'll I'll have to
Mhm.
try it again. Oh well.
If it
Never
doesn't
works first
affect
try.
the
Yeah.
other stuff.
At least the game's playable. You know, that's
Mm-hmm.
this is the most complicated world I have made so far. So by far. So well. Yeah.
Glad you figured out the text thing in particular. That seemed to really stump you for a while.
Yeah, that was tough. All right, we'll just wait
I like
for Kaneko to return as this game does move on. You know, we do have the benefit, and this is, I suppose, the one advantage of us being in VR is that
Yeah.
we do have the benefit of a pause button, but unlike
As a benefit.
IRL, but it's, I suppose,
I could eat the candle.
you could. I will
could.
not turn it back on.
That's the one thing we're lacking in VR is I cannot eat these candles.
Cannot eat these nuts. Sorry.
True.
It's a tick.
It's true. It's very unfortunate.
Mm.
There's one part of this document that I forgot how it works. Let me actually look through that right now.
Got to turn my mic back on for the stream. Let's make that our break.
All right. I know your secrets. I know you used to work at the Radio Shack.
You did? Oh, me?
Yeah, I was talking about you because you're a technician.
Oh, jeez, a technician working
I
at a
sure
Radio Shack?
didn't.
Talk about a downfall.
Yeah, that's so serious.
Hmm.
What was the best song you ever made, Leon?
Well, let's see. Are we talking about best as
I'll be back in
my
30 seconds as
favorite
well.
or a fan favorite?
No, your song. Like the song you made.
Like my favorite?
Yeah, what's your favorite song that you've made? Or this best I don't know. What's the best experience you've had with making one of these songs? Did it take off? Would I recognize it? You said you were a musician.
A failed musician.
Oh.
You know, right before
Oh.
I was gonna sign my little record deal, this whole thing happened. You know?
Jesus.
That didn't go.
Well, I'm sorry.
Or less than 30
Yeah,
seconds.
my mom took me out of the
Cool.
house. I had to get some stuff done, so I started going back to college for plants. I've always liked plants.
Okay, so we're back.
Plants are cool.
Kaneko, welcome back.
Yeah.
The story that you have missed. We had Philip go into the store and search for Steve, and they have failed their role. And I am about to. I paused the time while you were gone, or at least when we got to that point. I will now restart the time and narrate what happens.
Okay.
Philip, you search the store for Steve. Perhaps, I suppose I don't know if your character would call out for him, but regardless, there is no signs of him in the store. There's no signs of him in the back, the lit areas, the staff rooms. You circle, for good measure, you circle around the outside, your flashlight in tow. And yet, there's nothing there. It's almost as if he's vanished without a trace. And with that, we come to the end of our scene. And since you were the active player, you may do the honors and extinguish the next candle.
Steve? Steve? Steve?
All right. These things are true. The world is dark. It is your turn.
Oh. We are a day and a half away from Fort Victor.
I see. 2.
We managed to get everything working with the car, but we... Oh, one truth. We managed to get everything working with the car, and we're on our...
The car works. 3.
I'm having a block again. On our way there, no, it's only a day, so that wouldn't. Fuck. We find a map of the town we were passing on the way to Fort Logfort.
Fort Victor, all right? 4.
Victor.
Yeah.
We're like en route, like we're in the car, driving.
Sure thing, though that was already established by... If you want to
Oh.
double establish it.
Well,
then-
the car was. Well, the car
Oh,
works. where we
you're
go,
en
so
route, okay,
Where
okay,
we
cool.
are, right?
Cool. All right.
Mhm.
Then
So
you're
we're-
en
We're
route.
driving. We're in the car driving. Yes.
That's the
5.
scene, I see.
Yes.
5. Kathleen refused to leave her husband and stayed behind.
Oh.
6.
We are running low on gas.
7.
Kathleen forgot to take the second radio, so we still have both of them.
Oh, Kathleen.
And we are all alive.
And the final truth.
And
And we are all alive.
we are alive.
And we're all alive.
We're
We're
all
all alive.
So, you have driven for quite some time. It was a 3 days walk. But your map says, well, you have your car, so I suppose this is not as relevant anymore. But you are now halfway to Fort Victor, according to this map that you luckily found along your journey. as you've been driving along the road past the forest, the fuel light starts blinking on your dashboard. You notice that while you still have gas, you can go a bit further. It's running low, and if you don't stop for gas soon, well, you'll be stranded in the middle of nowhere without a car. Still a day and a half out from Fort Victor. Your surroundings are dark. There's nothing to see beyond the car's headlights. On both your left and your right, there is a thick forest. The beams of the headlights, with the beams of the headlights, you can kind of see a little bit into the trees, but the trees are thick, so visibility is poor. You still have all your supplies that you found at the supermarket, including both radios, as Kathleen has left the one that you gave her behind in her while she was searching for her husband.
Okay.
And that is scene. You may begin.
So we're driving right now?
You are in the car driving, yes.
That's
I
not
don't
good.
know. I don't know who's driving, but I wonder if it's still
We
Emmy.
need to kind of go.
I'm driving, yeah. It's my car.
It's Emmy, yeah.
Uh,
Who's driving?
Thank you.
mm. It says we're running out of fuel. I'm gonna have to call Martin and have him like fill it up or something.
But you're gonna. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, he's the
Might
one
not
who
have that
usually fills
option.
it.
Where was the last gas
Okay.
station stop? Did you guys see one back there? Like a sign that said fuel? Stop.
On
I don't know. We've been
on
in
the
the
map
forest for a
here.
bit.
Okay.
yeah, we've been through more forest than we have anything else.
Okay.
Do you remember what the mile indicator was when we started going through the forest? I should have looked.
No, I didn't. No, I'm not used to this
Okay.
area. What about
So
you,
we-
Leon? Did you?
That was a big fuck up.
Do you see anything else in the dark?
Well, it's just that we have a map, and if we knew how many miles we were going, we went
Yeah.
when we entered the forest, we'd have a pretty good indication
Okay.
of where the closest gas station would be.
Oh shit.
So if anyone has that information, fuck.
We could try hitchhiking.
I don't know. I was sleeping.
Last time
I'm not very good at
hitchhiking
those
happened,
things.
someone broke their leg and eventually ended
Well,
up
we won't be
losing
in the
sight of their
road.
husband.
They were in
So-
the road.
A sudden
Yeah,
burst
I'm
of
a pretty good
noise
driver.
interrupts your conversation as your radios, which have been kind of on and off, roar to life.
Okay.
You hear panicked voices, kind of panicked voices asking you for help. Emmy, there's
Okay.
one voice you would recognize anywhere. It's your husband.
Oh,
If you listen in,
can I respond?
You think that was close by?
they are
I
two-way
don't-
radios. You can take it and try to respond, though it will kind of
Okay.
cut off it will cut off listening to what
Mm.
they are saying, which I was about to
Yeah, I
narrate.
will. 100%.
Okay, so you're
Oh,
going to
okay.
grab it
Yeah.
and try to respond. Cool. You can go ahead.
Right. Do I need a roll or do I just talk?
Nope. You can that is something you can do. There is no chance of failure.
Right. Martin, it's me, Emmy. Where are you? We had to leave town
someone here?
hall. We're coming to you.
Martin?
It's my husband.
Oh,
Mm.
but do you think they might have gas?
Probably. I mean, he knows where the gas is.
The
How do you know it's
radio
your husband.
the radio
I know
comes
his
back
voice.
to comes back to life. There were multiple voices, but and previously you only heard Martin's voice in the background, but now you can hear it clearly. Oh, Emmy, is that you? We left for
Martin?
for Victor, but there are my
Uh-oh.
my driver, he's gone. I looked away just for a moment and he wasn't there anymore. Where are you, sweetie?
What happened
Let
to
me
him?
come to... I don't know.
Just like steam.
We're in the forest.
Well, we're on the road in the forest.
Well, if you can hear me through this, then we must be close by. Perhaps...
Oh.
I'm gonna.
I'll
try
come.
to
You
speak
stay
into the
put.
radio.
You stay put. I'll come looking for you.
Okay, I'm gonna slam on the brakes.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I thought you had already done that.
No!
That entire thing was you just like
Radio and
speeding down-
driving.
Oh, okay.
Radio and driving.
Yeah. I was 100% on my phone while driving, like back in the old days.
Okay.
I spilled my tomato can all over Ken's back because of that. Jesus. My
Oh,
food.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ken.
Okay, we'll stay put here. We're on the road.
I mean,
In the forest.
Jesus.
should we stay here?
We gotta
They
tell
might-
them where
they-
we got.
Are,
He
are
doesn't know where we
they don't
are.
have a
Yeah, he's trying to
driver.
Find us. We can't just. If we leave it on, then the battery could die.
I
Okay.
guess we could
but
waste one of our
Wait, if
flashlights.
he's a driver, that means they have a car, right?
They had a driver.
Potentially.
They just disappeared
Yeah.
suddenly. In the middle of driving? It
But they
sounded
still
like?
have a car. Is
Can we
the
reach him?
tank
Perhaps
still
you
on
could
the
ask.
radio?
No,
That
no,
was
he's
not-
at the.
that was not explained. Perhaps you can ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you?
You have the radio still.
I still do.
We got
Okay.
two radios.
Okay.
Oh, that is also true. Yeah.
Turn
You
on.
have one, Ken has
Where's
one.
wherever who has? Wait, both
You-
of the front
you have
seat,
one?
or actually,
And you have one.
I thought Leon had the second.
Radios.
yeah, I assumed Leona had the second one. Okay. And because you said sorry because spilled tomato juice on the front
Yes,
seats, I'm
I was
assuming
in
I'm
the-
also in the front seat.
I was in the back seat. Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was imagining.
So Canon,
Sure.
she's driving. I'm in the passenger seat. You two are in the back.
Okay.
Cool. Eating food, I guess, or was he?
Well, the rest of us-
And both of us have a radio up in the front.
You have two
I'm
radios.
imagining.
Both of them in the front. Okay, a little weird.
Oh well.
That's fine.
You.
I'm
I remember
gonna explain that.
you said
This
you
is
were
weird
taking one
circumstance.
of them,
I
so
mean,
you
I
have
can
one of
take
them
it,
right
Ken.
now, which is fine.
Okay.
You may speak.
Right. Hello. Sorry. This is one of the people with your wife, Emmy. That we're a group of 4. Right now, anyway. We're kind of almost out of gas. I have a map. We've been driving down in the road in the forest for a while. I'm assuming because our radios just kind of picked up suddenly. I think we're heading towards your direction. You sure you want to head towards us, or do you think we should head towards you? Might be better us to head towards you, depending on how much gas you have.
A response.
What do you-
A response. The. Oh, thank goodness! Thank goodness she's safe. I wanted to go and check to see if the way was safe before bringing her, but I should have never left her side. I can't stay here, but if you're gonna come towards me, you better keep her safe.
I mean, that's the plan. Gotta keep everyone safe.
Are you on the road? What? How can we know where you are? What's something we
We're on
can
the
identify
road.
your location by?
You'll you'll rec you'll recognize my car, I guess, if uh, I I really don't think staying here is a good idea. I'm by the road, but
Okay.
it's a cherry red Mercedes. Couldn't miss it if you tried.
Okay.
That works.
I'll
I'm gonna
Sure.
collect some
How's
food.
their gas tank looking?
Yeah. How much gas do you have? Do you have a good amount of gas? Because we're kind of running out almost.
see how do I operate this thing? You hear kind of like the engine like rev on through the radio. Looks like it's half full. And turns back on.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
Okay.
He's not very good at
Good for us.
driving. I was the one who wanted to learn.
That's all right. Okay. Honestly, that's
Alright.
reassuring to hear something like that. Okay. You said it's not safe to stay where you are. Are you alone right now? Who is with you?
Oh, my driver, he's gone, and I am alone. At least I think I am.
Okay.
I don't know where he would have gone.
What do you think they'll be back? Like what do you mean they're gone? They just disappeared?
I don't know. I was sleeping in the back seat, and then suddenly the car. I wake up to the car braking, and there's nobody there. Explain that.
What?
That's very odd.
Is the window broken?
No,
Just
I don't know if he like
suddenly
just fucking left me
Failed
here in
or
the middle of
something?
nowhere.
I don't know. That sounds
Maybe
weird.
maybe.
You said it's not safe to stay there. Your wife seems to be too confident in your driving skills. Do you think you can drive slowly? As to not stay in the same spot?
Sounds like you have a car. Which way are you going?
Towards Fort Victor.
All right. I probably ahead of you then. I'll try turning this thing around.
No,
You hear-
don't turn around. Go very slowly towards Fort Victor. We will go faster and we will catch up with you. And once we do,
Yeah.
we can transfer all the stuff to your vehicle. And then we
right.
can keep going.
You hear the engine like rev like once again through the radio.
Okay. All right.
Stay
We're gonna
stay
catch
safe,
up to
honey.
you.
I'll
It's okay.
see you soon.
Here, let me.
I
give it
love
to you.
you.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's our
Okay.
battle plan then.
Yep. That sounds good to me.
That way they don't stay still. They're driving safely and slowly. We will definitely catch up to them if we have enough gas. If we have enough gas. That's the main thing.
Well, we can walk the
It's
rest of the way,
blinking.
and we can. You know.
But our stuff.
Did you turn the car off?
No.
Okay.
Let's get going then.
Let's just keep going.
Look, we need the AC on. And see how much warmer it is in here?
No, don't do that.
Why did you want to?
You're gonna
I thought it was
burn the
cold.
fuel.
Yeah, we need to
Yeah,
turn
it
off.
was
We need to
cold. That's why I
conserve it
said
for now.
That's why I turned on the AC to make it warmer.
Dude, I turn that off.
Okay.
Look, we paid for the seat warmers. I'm gonna use the seat warmers.
Okay.
But we're gonna get. Okay. We're gonna get more sweet
But
warmers
turn the
at
AC off.
At the. Did you see?
I swear to God, I saw an anime exactly like this. God damn it! Like,
An anime.
A what?
yeah, genuinely.
A what?
Wow.
If you don't need, no, whatever, it's fine.
Alright.
Let's just get going.
Oh god.
Fine.
And I'm gonna try to discreetly turn off the seat warmers, like without them noticing.
That's the obstacle.
No, that is not an obstacle. I feel.
I know. I just want to.
I feel that is
I
not
don't
an
think I'll
obstacle.
notice.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
I will be driving faster, more recklessly.
Okay.
Oh no.
Fuck.
Well, I believe
Okay.
with unless I suppose I don't know if anybody has anything else to add to this, because or perhaps we can treat this as an obstacle to find Emmy's husband.
Who should roll for this?
That would be Kanako.
Emily's driving.
It is
Oh,
her
sure.
moment after all.
Good luck,
Yeah,
Emmy.
I would think so as well.
Drive the car.
This role is a bit different, as this is your moment, and so this is a special role. Basically, if you succeed at this, your hope will be inspired, and if you fail, hope will be lost. So let us see.
Oh,
Ah,
that kind of
those
hurt my eyes a
fire.
little bit.
That's so awesome.
Well.
Oh dear.
Oops, I
Which is a
selected
good
myself.
effect, by the way. That means
I selected
That means it's
myself.
okay.
Whoops.
Don't you fail.
You should be able to. Let's
gonna-
check that there are eight. You just roll, and we'll check that there are
1,
8
2,
dice
3,
after.
4, 5, 6,
There are
are
8
eight.
dice,
I think
yes.
there's 8.
Fantastic. All right,
they're
that,
right there.
Yes.
that seems to work.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, there's 1.
Is there a 6? It is.
No,
It
I
is
there's
blue.
can't burn this card, correct?
There
Wait,
don't.
no. It's hard to see.
There don't appear to be any 6s.
there are no 6s.
None of
No,
them are
there's
lit.
not.
6s
There
glow,
is-
remember?
Oh
None
Are
of
there
them
no
are lit.
ones?
I can't burn this.
There are no
can I?
ones either.
No one.
No, no
Uh,
ones.
no.
We cannot.
Okay. Oh.
Well, unfortunately, Kanako,
Mhm.
hope has been lost here. We can try burning your card. I doubt it will work. Try picking up this card.
This one?
Yes.
I cannot pick it up.
Okay, then I will
unfortunately.
select myself and hit. Don't pick the other one up if that's the. Oh well, whatever. We'll make do. It
I
it
cannot
doesn't
pick
work.
up anything.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to. No.
Yes. Alright.
Well, you have failed your moment,
Mm.
and as such, I will now narrate what happens. You drive faster than you've driven before, much faster, kind of not really thinking about safety or danger. The only thing on your mind is to get to your husband. It only takes a few minutes. It's hard to miss in the bright lights of your car's headlights as a cherry red Mercedes, just as he said. It is, however, facing towards you, not away, as it seems that he had actually turned around in an attempt to come towards you. You also see the car has driven face first into a tree where it is now wrecked. You get out and look through the wreckage, only to find your husband, bloodied and bruised, dead.
Martin.
And that is the end of the scene. Because you have filled the role, you may do the honor and extinguish a candle. You get to choose which one. With that,
One in the empty seat.
we can establish our truths. 7 truths now for 7 candles. These things are true. The world is dark. And we're going to start with you.
Alright, we never found a gas station.
That I was gonna say the exact opposite is my truth.
You did, however,
Great.
using your map, locate a trail that should take you almost directly to your destination if you stick with it long enough. 3.
Ooh. We are. We are half a. Yeah. Okay, hang on. We are running lower on food. Much lower.
4.
Well, I don't know if this is like out of the question now. I was gonna say that we could have like funneled the gas from the wrecked car into ours, but I don't know if we can
I didn't get a
still do that.
siphoning hose from the shop. I actually didn't even know to look for that. So I don't think we ever had that in our supplies.
Perhaps you can establish that as a truth if you want.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be chronological.
Yeah, I think I'll go with that.
It could have been part of like
You
the
suc-
general supplies.
You successfully you
Yeah.
successfully funnel the gas into your new car. 5.
I have a question. The trail that you mentioned, what's the size of it? Like what kind of trail are we talking about? Doesn't matter.
It's off-road. You can choose to take it or not, but it is a clear trail that would be
I see.
it would be drivable even though it's not a road.
Okay.
5.
If we, this much is true, if we were to take this by car, we would have to drive slow, but it would still be faster than walking. And within the next 2 hours, we will be able to pick up radios. Wait, excuse me. That's 2. I keep doing this
Yeah.
shit.
I think what you want
It's
to say
kind
is
of
the
in the
second
same
part.
thing,
I think
but-
what you want to say is the second part.
Yeah, I'm kind of just trying to piggyback off of the idea of it being drivable.
That's fine. The second part is what you want to say.
Excuse me. Were we to take this trail, it would, within 2 hours, we would start to pick up radio signals of Fort Lockport directly.
All right. You're 2
Is that
hours
Fort
out of
Victor?
you're 2 hours out of radio range. 6.
Yes. Thank you. Jesus.
Fort Steve.
No, Fort Victor, not Fort Steve.
Fort Steve, Lockfort.
Mm, I think it's something passive. The cries of distress have quieted down.
And finally, 7. We are all
all
alive.
We're
We
still
are all
alive.
still
We're
alive.
all alive.
All right, let me set the scene.
Except for Martin.
Well, Martin is not a player in this game, so. After finding Emmy's husband dead, well, you manage to refill. The car is a complete wreck, and, well, there is no way you'll be able to salvage it without the proper tools. What you can do, what you do manage to do, is siphon that half a gas tank from it into your own car. Which gives you enough to keep going. In the meantime, while that's happening, you also manage to locate what would have once been a hiking trail, but is now no doubt abandoned, that leads directly, almost, to Fort Victor. It's not a road, but considering that it seems to be wide and a public trail, you think that the conditions should be good enough for you to be able to drive. Of course, you can still stick to the road. That would be a less direct route, but you at least have this other option if you wish to be more direct. And that is, I believe, where we start our scene.
Okay.
At least our radios are still working. And on every once in a while, let's check.
How are you feeling, Emmy?
Let's just get to the part.
I apologize. I will pause here just so I know. I know you said your moment is next. Your moment was to make people smile, and I don't remember after you burned your vice. What did you decide was your next card?
I didn't get to say, but
you can choose whatever you
it
want.
is the virtue.
Okay, so your virtue,
Interesting.
your virtue is next, and for you,
Yeah.
Emmy, what would it be? Would it be your vice or your virtue? Your vice. Okay. So
Vice,
just keep
that's
keep that
good.
in mind. I'll keep that in mind too. So we currently have one moment active, and that is yours, which is when you see people smile. When you see everybody smile.
Yes.
So just to keep that in mind. I'm sorry the cards aren't working. Once again. Anyway, we can continue.
No, it's no issue.
Okay.
Are we currently driving?
Yes.
I found a trail.
Stopped, right?
Okay.
Oh.
I
We
called
need
the
to
scene,
try
so to be specific, I called the scene before the decision is made to allow you to make the decision as to whether or not you want to take the trail
Yes.
or continue down the
Right,
road.
right.
So you can discuss that right now.
Okay.
Okay. So I found this
Is Emmy
trail
still
on this
driving?
map, basically.
Yes.
Should Emmy still be
Okay.
driving?
I don't have my driver's license,
Do
so
you want to take a break? I do.
I think I want to lay down.
Okay.
Yeah, you can switch out with me. That's fine.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
do we want to take the trail?
it's a little bit more precarious, but it's much less roundabout. Like highways are not really a highway, but like main roads are meant to go
faster.
from point A to point B. This one cuts across a large area. We'd just be like going in a big circle otherwise.
To be specific, Fort Victor is, being a military base, obviously doesn't have a main road going straight to it. You would have to kind of take this roundabout path to get to it. The hiking trail would kind of cut straight through that roundabout and go on a much more direct path. Though, of course, it was not intended for a car. Once again, this is a popular public hiking trail, so it was at least kept until, well, it was kept in good order. At least as far as you know.
Okay.
I mean, people bike on hiking trails sometimes, so it's probably good enough for that.
Mm,
We don't have
mean,
bikes, obviously.
it'll probably be faster. We won't be driving for as long as we would be with the main road.
It'd be faster. Generally, not as long. It'd be less long. I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
less safe though as well. Well, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, we'll have to be careful.
if we don't go, we'll have to worry about getting more food, more gas, because we're running low right now on food
Yeah.
again. And also, it being faster there, we might see it ahead of time. You know, there's people there. They probably have lights on, signaling.
Given
Oh,
how
yeah, that's true. If we
radios
go-
work,
Oh.
kind of just goes
And
out in a
radios as well.
sphere.
Yeah.
So
If
we're
we
going
took the
around,
main-
Right,
we're
right.
gonna have radio silence for a long time. If we go
Right, that
directly
too.
there, or no, it's not direct,
be
but we're
harder to
going
sound.
like in that direction. We're gonna get
Okay.
like a radio signal pretty soon.
It sounds like we
if
should go down this
do
trail
cut
path.
through, if we do
Mhm.
cut through, that almost guarantees that we probably will not find a gas station, though.
Nor food or anything.
If we go
it's
off
gonna
the
be
main
wilderness.
trail.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we're willing, we did get more gas from the car, but
Yeah.
if
why
we
I'm-
do need it at any point down there, we will not be able to get it.
I'm thinking we
Right.
still go around though. Like I mean there's not a lot on the roundabout way, but there's most definitely some sort of convenience store, something. I just
True.
don't know how much longer it is.
Mm.
Okay.
I mean the radios have gotten more and more silent, so I
Yeah.
would like to hear
How about we
the
put it
voices.
to a vote?
I think we should vote.
Yeah?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still undecided though. Just trying to
Oh.
weigh the pros against the cons.
Let's flip a coin.
Okay.
Okay.
They both have their drawbacks. So,
Mhm.
let's just flip a coin.
Okay.
I
Alright,
can't
I have flipped
actually
an
flip
actual
a
coin I have
for
near
you.
my desk. I have flipped an actual
Oh.
coin near my desk. What is heads? What is tails?
I say heads the trail, tails the main road.
Okay, let me flip it. It has fallen on the floor. God damn it. I'll be right back.
Perfect. That's a good omen.
Excellent.
I have like a headset on my face.
I
couldn't-
did it. I'm sorry. I didn't think to put a coin flipper into this,
You're all good.
It's alright.
Oh no, it's okay.
and we can't quite roll the dice because it would mess stuff up. So
Yeah, it is heads.
True.
And I
Okay.
didn't pick it up. Why
Alright,
didn't I
so I
pick it
guess
up?
we're taking the trail.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take the trail.
Okay.
So I guess we start
Not
driving
to
down
stuff.
the
Get a bigger coin to flip when it's near my desk. This one's tiny.
Like an oversized foam one.
Yeah, those are better to flip though. It's anyway. Okay, so the trail it is then. No second doubts.
Hey.
Great.
Yep, that's the coin flip.
Yeah.
All right, we have to
All
commit
in.
ourselves to it. We're going.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Is this an obstacle?
I guess we're driving.
Like that we chose this path?
the trail is clear, at least for the time being.
Okay.
If you want, I can
okay.
describe. I can describe what happens, but the trail for the time being, the trail is clear, and we can kind of do a time skip until we get to something interesting.
Yeah, that works.
Sure. I would like to briefly ask though, who's driving in? You're driving, correct?
He's driving.
How fast are you driving? Have you decided to drive? 'Cause you can't go as fast as on the bigger road.
Yeah. I guess probably like I'd say 20 miles an hour. That's not too fast, but it's also like slow enough to be careful when needed.
Sure.
And obviously like I slow down when I see like a dip in the trail or anything that'd be a little more dangerous.
We're driving very prudently, but like efficiently, I guess.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I can describe what happens then. It is not an obstacle yet.
Mhm.
You choose to drive down the trail, and this goes, thankfully, uneventfully for quite some time. You must have been going for half an hour, an hour. Nothing really pops out at you. Then, 90 minutes in, well, you're driving slowly enough to notice, thankfully. There is a fallen tree in the road. The trail appears to continue on the other side uninterrupted. But this actually, it's quite a large and sturdy looking tree is in your way. And thankfully, you noticed it in time to, well, not end up the same way that Martin did.
That puts a damper on our plans.
Okay.
I mean, no matter what,
We
even
can't
if you
just turn
did
back.
would have hit it at 20 miles an hour, I think we would have been fine.
Yeah, we were.
No matter what,
We're at a halt now.
can't bring our car with us.
We're too far
Yeah.
in to turn back.
Not up this trail.
Fuck, we should have gone the other way.
I guess so. Curse that coin.
No, just push her with the car or something.
Push the car?
I suppose I could specify, given your trusty map, you estimate that you have made it most of the way that you intended to go. There's a bit more, well, there's a bit more of the trail remaining before you would leave it and go off to Fort Victor. On foot, it will probably take a while, but it's certainly not impossible. It's certainly not an impossible distance.
And this tree is unmovable, say.
I think.
That is perhaps up to you.
Just push her with the car.
Yeah,
It depends.
Gonna perhaps suggest that.
Perhaps you can try
we
to push it
we
out of
might
the
as
way.
well try. We're not gonna be able to
Yeah,
bring our
I guess we
car
don't have
with
anything
us
to
no
lose.
matter what. So
Okay. All right.
Mm,
you're the one driving, so
okay, yeah, sure. I guess we can try pushing it out of the way. Maybe like at an angle to push it a little bit.
Yeah.
Off
You
the
are
road.
using the car to attempt to slowly push the tree out of the way.
hope so that it
Yes.
gets away. Yeah.
All right, that sounds like an obstacle.
We could
Oh dear.
We could pull it with a rope as well. We could tie a rope to the tree and then to the car. And then reverse,
Oh,
maybe.
and
Or you could do that.
that also.
We,
Yeah.
we have rope, okay. I think it would be better.
I did so good. I did so
I'd
good at collecting things. We have
say-
so many things.
I'd
did
say,
very well.
Except food.
Yes, you did.
Oh, thank God. Approval.
Yeah, I guess we should tie it up with the rope towards like the end, so it
Okay.
gets pulled at an angle, and preferably just like towards like off the road completely as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do.
All right, so you all help tie the tree to the car with the rope and attempt to tow it out of the way. Now, I don't know if you all are kind of trying to help push it in addition to the car, but in any case, it is
No, I'm sitting in
Leon's
the car.
challenge. And so I will
Oh, dear.
Right. Okay.
Alrighty.
let's count the dice first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wonderful. 7 dice.
Oh. Is
Or 7 candles.
Emmy asleep during this, or no? They contribute.
I think
to it,
Emmy's
sorry.
Emmy's away.
Yeah, they're just laying down, right? Sorry.
Please.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Just think of your favorite song.
Good.
Okay.
That is a
that's something.
success. That is a success. Let us
Okay,
see.
cool.
Yay. And no ones?
Wait. There are no
No.
ones,
Shit.
but it is my turn. It is my turn to roll.
Uh-oh.
No.
No 6s on
Oh.
my end.
Still a success.
It is a success, and you have narrative control. You have narrative control over this situation, and therefore
Okay.
you can decide what happens.
Okay. So we managed to like pull the tree like off, and it just kind of like once we get enough momentum, and it's kind of like hanging or not hanging, but like slightly off the trail, it just kind of slides itself. It just kind of rolls since it's cylindrical. It just rolls off the road, and now we are free to take
Sweet.
our car a little bit further for how long this trail continues.
All right.
Awesome.
Wonderful. You
Yeah, put her there.
Yay.
you have
Nice, Leon.
successfully
Very
you have
nice.
successfully pulled
Good
the
driving.
tree off of the road. As all right, as it kind
What
of
about the rope?
sits there, as you pull on it, you notice a small figure kind of darts away. Like the moment you start pulling on it, there's like a small figure that kind of jumps out of the tree trunk and kind of darts away into the forest.
Is it how big?
What was that?
Like squirrel?
Yeah, what kind of small?
Small enough to fit or
Okay.
jump out of the tree trunk, but
Yeah.
Hmm.
you didn't quite catch it in the car's headlights. You only saw like the motion of it moving.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, that's not
there's some
eerie
life
at
out
all.
here.
But you have
There's
succeeded.
probably an
So
animal.
keep going.
It's just probably a squirrel. It's probably fine.
We're not
Let's
sure.
let's just keep going. Yeah,
Have you
Godspeed
heard
to
any
that thing.
animal sounds like within the forest as we've been driving?
The forest is unusually still and silent,
Uh-huh.
with the only sound coming from a gust of wind every once in a while.
It's definitely the first time I noticed that.
Every once in a while, you might have heard something that sounds like an owl hooting or something, or like. But the usual
Crickets.
noises of nighttime, like the crickets and the usual nighttime noises, are strangely absent. It has been dark
Hmm.
for 10 days, maybe 11 days now, who knows. It's might be maybe they're still there, but they're certainly not chirping.
Okay.
It might
Whatever
have
it is,
been-
I don't want to stay for long enough to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it ran away. Probably just spooked by us moving its tree. It was probably residing there.
Right, this is a great success. Let's keep going.
You alright, Emmy? You doing good?
Just leave me alone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'll just let her rest for
Well,
now. All right.
we'll get to the
guess we
fort.
continue driving.
You continue down the path, and in approximately another 30 minutes, the familiar kind of chatter on the radio comes back as a source of noise. It seems that these portable radios had a much smaller range than the big one that you had back at the town hall, but you've gotten close enough to Fort Victor that you can actually hear the signal that they send out every once in a while to inform other
Sweet.
survivors of where to go.
Mm.
Ooh. Okay.
Anything in particular
What's the
that they're
signal?
saying, or just
In particular, it's half of it is the same kind of message repeated over and over, advising people to come to the fort, and the other half of the chatter are people trying to figure out how to get there. That is,
That makes sense.
there is currently no
Okay.
distress calls or anything of that sort that you can hear.
So they're broadcasting location.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Okay, solid.
Oh, that's so reassuring to hear. You can hear other people.
Well, finally.
I'm glad it's like not just us trying to get there too. That's really reassuring to hear. Oh man.
Yeah, despite how
You-
lonely everything has seemed lately.
if you were to if you were able to look at Ken in their face, they're smiling right now because of this.
Okay.
Oh.
Mm.
I was smiling when they pulled the tree to the side.
Mhm.
But you know what? I'm trying to stay upbeat. I'm humming a tune. I'd say there's
We'll
a
get
smile.
there. I
Yeah.
don't know if I could phrase this as an obstacle.
Mm.
But I think we're getting close to. I know what you mean. Yeah, continue on.
Mhm. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, we have a map. We already kind of know how to get there. I say we let these people try to communicate. Maybe once it goes a little bit more dead, we can pitch in and just say, "Hey,
Yeah,
we're on
that's
our
what I
way.
was
We have a
thinking.
map. You know,
We don't wanna
we
flood
know
the
how to get there. We're
conversation.
good." Yeah.
yeah, that
Sounds
works.
I think
good.
we're okay. It's a very fortunate position to have, all things speaking. Considered.
True.
It's true.
Yeah, we're lucky enough
Just
to at least
tell
have
me
a
when we
car.
get there.
Okay.
Yeah. I got it, Emmy.
It'll be pretty soon, actually.
What'd you guys do before all
That's
this?
good.
More commotion in the trees. This time, a figure kind of runs quickly across the path through the beam of the headlights. It seems to be it moves very fast, but whatever it is, it seemed to be on 4 legs.
Oh.
Perhaps one of you were paying attention, or perhaps you were engrossed in your conversation that you were currently having. But
I'm looking at the map. Like,
Leon's
I
driving.
assume since I was driving, I'd have to see it if it ran across the road.
oh, okay. Well, then you're driving. In that case, I'm sorry. In that case, it kind of just darts out of nowhere and disappears back into the forest, almost as quickly as it came.
Well, out of kind of instinctively, after like the first couple of times, I kind of just slam on brakes.
Ooh.
You know.
Ow!
All right, sore subject.
I'm
It's
sorry.
fine. We
What
can
the
just
fuck,
stay and talk
Leon?
about it.
What just happened? Why?
Something ran across the road, and it was, I didn't want to hit something. It's
You should've
gone.
kept
It
going.
was so fast.
It's gone?
Jesus.
It's just
It was so fast. I didn't even.
it's
I
probably
couldn't-
just the wildlife. Just
I want to turn on
let's just keep going.
my flashlight and shine it into the trees out the window.
Uh-huh.
It went that way. I don't know if you can see.
I
anything.
wonder.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm looking.
Look, dude, let's just keep going. It's
Do you
it
do you?
wasn't- it wasn't
wish
a
to look?
survive or anything. It's just
Yeah.
All right.
Oh man.
Let's do this.
Oh.
such a bad idea, bro.
Come on,
I
come
thought maybe.
No, this is
Oh,
this is this is what the game.
You
This
gotta
is what
get
the game is about. This is what the game is about. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
They're gonna
no.
take you. You're gonna disappear. Oh god.
It's gonna
So
be
was
the
an
end.
animal. What did it look
My
like?
advice is naivism. What are you doing?
Oh, that's funny.
Hey!
Success.
Wow, we're getting pretty lucky there.
Oh no,
All right.
but
Yeah.
I feel like.
A success.
It's still possible.
Oh, I knew it.
Ah.
Did you roll any ones? No
Good roll.
ones. Whoa. Okay, that's where we're getting a bit better
It's
at
pretty
rolling,
nice.
Yeah.
and no sixes.
Woo!
And therefore,
Wow.
you get to describe what you see.
Wow.
What do you see when you
Okay.
shine your flashlight
Um,
into the woods?
I see a pair of eyes in the darkness. And then I shine a light over more on it, and it's just, oh, it's just a raccoon. Okay, cool.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I make a noise as I turn the flashlight off, because just before I turned it off, I saw something else started, and I didn't see any eyes show up, and it was just quick enough that I couldn't make it out.
The raccoon, upon you making that noise, the raccoon scurries away.
Mm-mm.
Did
It's
any of
just
us
a
see,
raccoon?
see it as well? Like if we were looking over them in that direction?
I'm sure you could have.
I think it was just an animal. I think we're okay.
Good.
It's fast, whatever it is.
I've never seen a raccoon that fast, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just paranoid. Don't worry about me.
It might have been running from something. Let's just keep going. I don't know. It might be a
Yeah, we're
giraffe
almost there.
hunting
Right?
hunting after it.
It's giraffe, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I keep driving, I guess.
Okay.
All right, you successfully reach the end of the trail. Congratulations. You're almost at Fort Victor. Of course, the hiking trail doesn't literally lead into the military base, but you are quite close at this point. Now, they're like physically quite close. The ground between you and the fort is mostly an open field, but there is also a river that cuts across this field. Now, there is also, according to your map, there is also a bridge that is relatively close.
Okay.
But there is no road from here on out. It is instead an open field for the last bit of the journey.
Okay. Okay.
So no more car.
No more car.
All right.
Just drive to the river.
I'm sorry to. I'm sorry to say, guys. Like, there's not really a path left until we get to port here.
Oh. Well, we had to get on foot at some point, so
I don't think we
I
can
guess this
drive
is-
through the river.
We can drive to the river.
I mean,
no, we
can
should
sur-
test
can
the river out.
the
There's-
car survive that?
Yeah, we gotta make sure we get.
It does.
Shallow.
The
We
map
can look-
does
there more
indicate the
path
the
on
map
the other
does
side?
indicate a bridge fairly nearby.
Okay, there's a bridge next to it.
I'll just drive over the
Well,
bridge.
we'd have to see the
I don't-
bridge. Would
I
the
mean, I don't know if the
bridge
bridge
survive?
is. Yeah, is it survive? Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
It's okay. Sorry. We can go look at it though. Check it out.
Yeah. Let's go check the
Um,
bridge out.
I guess so. Yeah. If it's not, I mean, it might not be. It's it's a hiking trail. It might not be good enough for our car. But try.
Well, it'll be a bridge we cross. You know.
Yeah, I guess.
What does the bridge look like?
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Well, I suppose. Oh,
Me too.
all right. Well,
Okay,
I will
Okay,
pause.
that's all I can-
Fine. Be back soon.
Sorry, guys.
I apologize. I've been fidgeting for like a couple minutes now. I really couldn't hold it.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay, it looks
Alright,
like you're
it's fine.
lagging a bit too.
It's fine. Just be back soon.
Oh, okay. This is a lot of fun though.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
None of the candles have burnt out. I don't know if that's because they're not working or if it's just my sense of time is off. Or maybe we've just been exceptionally lucky. Yes, they do. They are candles for a reason.
Oh,
Now, I actually tested the candles to see if they would burn out on their own, and they are supposed to. But,
okay.
in fact, I have
Maybe
confirmed that they
all the
do.
ones you snuffed out are the fast ones.
Perhaps all the perhaps all the ones we've snuffed out are the fast ones, yes. That is a possibility, who knows?
That's so interesting.
I'm
Or
assuming that when
it
they
could
go
just
out on their
be
own, the scene descends.
or it could have just entirely broken, and I could just be completely wrong. My testing could have been all for naught, and it just because I actually sat with an instance of VRChat open for like 3.5 hours
Oh my god.
until all the candles burnt out. So
Hello.
but I suppose we shall see.
Hello.
We
I'm
have also had to
faster.
pause a few times, so
Yeah.
So,
I'm surprised.
so that also adds to the time that the candles have been burning.
Mm.
Perhaps I shouldn't have paused. I don't know. Well, we can discuss that at the end.
It would be in character bathroom breaks.
Yeah. So I don't want to. Yeah, my orange juice.
Oh, they're back.
See if I can find another.
Welcome back.
I'll check.
Go here. Go to
Okay.
this.
What's going on? What is missing here? Alex?
What is missing?
All right. The bridge. What does the bridge look like indeed?
Hmm.
I wonder. Let's find out, shall we?
Okay.
Oh, I suppose we can,
I'm here, it's fine.
yeah, kind of
I'm just
compare.
fixing tracking.
Oh
Okay,
dear.
cool.
Okay.
Oh, good.
What does the
Should go
bridge
well.
look like,
Alrighty.
driver?
Let's hope everything's in our favor. Okay.
We have a 6,
Are we
and we have
driving to the
one.
bridge?
2 1s. Well, presumably,
ones.
unless you had a different idea.
Yeah. Just to see if it's like drivable.
2 1s. Do you wish to do anything
I
with
got
those 2
a
1s
6.
before I roll?
Here.
I'll burn my virtue, I guess, to see if I can.
Oh, you.
Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
that okay. Well, thankfully we have. It seems we have 2 ones again. So,
And
So
the
that
6,
works.
So it still works.
okay. So yeah. So that's what I meant about being careful with the dice. I have to enable the rolls. Basically, I have to tell you roll. Otherwise that can happen. But we're lucky, and it worked out. So, if you wish to burn your virtue, you can do that. Can you remind me what it was? I know we did a shuffle around.
Optimistic.
You're optimistic. I'm sorry. I'm once again. I'm sorry. If you forgot, that's perfectly fine too. We'll just deal with it. You know, as long as you remember your brinks at the very least, or your and the moments. Those are the most important
I remember
ones.
all my stuff.
All right, cool. So your virtue, you are optimistic. Let's see.
Yes.
And you wish to burn that?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I
could I roll both of the ones or just one?
have
of them?
selected the reroll. You will be re-rolling both of the ones.
Okay. At least save them from. Okay.
And that is another 6
Yay.
and no ones. So you preserve your ones, but you burn your trait. Now, let me select myself, and I will roll against this.
Oh dear. No.
1. Nope, no 6s. Therefore,
Yay.
you get to narrate what the bridge looks like, but work in the optimism somehow into your description.
Okay. So, even on the way there, like I'm, like speaking out loud, like, it's probably fine. The bridge, I doubt it's very old. It's a very popular trail, so I'm pretty sure they've kept their bridge up to date as well. Being very kind of upbeat about the whole situation. So once we get to the bridge, and it looks, again, also very kept well. As well as it looks well kept, minus maybe a week or two. Maybe some leaves have gotten onto it. It's a little dusty looking, but honestly, it looks strong and sturdy, and it is relatively wide. So it could fit a car, and a couple people walking past. So I think, depending on how everyone else feels about driving through it, we could totally try.
Give it a
Excellent.
shot.
You have a strong and sturdy bridge.
Okay.
So,
All right.
how are we feeling? You
Doing
wanna
all
go
right.
for it?
You're the driver.
Sure.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we go for it. We decide to drive through.
This Leon.
Do we
you
have
can
to
move a
roll for that
tree.
again? Or since I
Nope.
said
This is a strong and sturdy bridge. You
Okay,
managed to
great, yeah.
cross the bridge with no incident.
Nice.
The car is now on the other
Alright.
side of the river. You have conquered the river.
Yadamentaz.
Yay!
All that remains between you and
Awesome.
Fort Victor is the wide open field on the
Yeah.
way.
Sweet.
Hey,
We are getting a
could
lot
totally
out of
drive
these 7 candles.
Yeah.
Sure are.
Really?
Yeah.
We're almost there. What could possibly go wrong?
We're so lucky. Don't jinx it.
I say
Not
out
as
loud.
lucky as Martin.
I can think of several things. There's many things.
Yeah, a couple.
Martin
good.
wasn't lucky.
Mhm.
No,
Hey, optimism got us through this.
it did.
Yeah.
All right.
For now.
Cool.
Mm.
I
I guess we just keep driving.
all right.
Yeah.
You keep driving
Roof you.
across. It's a wide open field. It's not a road. The car is not built for off-roading, but it's aside from the river was the main obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
So at the very least,
Oh, well, I was just assuming. It
can you
was all
describe,
grass
I suppose, what you're doing?
stuff, so
Yes, it's a grassy field.
I thought of a wheat field. That's okay.
Oh yeah, I was
Makes
thinking
sense.
grass.
That makes more sense then.
describe what?
Cool.
I suppose what you're doing, and then I can continue the description of the scene. If you're just continuing to drive, then I can.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Yeah, I was just continuing to drive, like
Okay.
carefully though, but still driving still.
As you continue driving, what was originally the radio chatter that you've been picking up this entire time has been becoming more and more clear and less staticky. You're getting close.
Yay.
As you drive across the field, you actually notice something out in front of you. It's coming from a bit from further than your car's headlights can actually make out, so it must be a source of light, but it's unclear what it is at this time. It seems to be in the direction that you are going.
Okay.
Okay.
So it looks like a place with lights.
Or is it just lights?
There is some light off in the distance. At this
Okay,
distance, you
there's a
cannot
light.
see. You cannot make out what it is. You would
Is
have
it
to
a
get
static
closer.
light?
Okay.
I guess just there.
As you're presumably you are driving, and the
Mhm.
field is, well, not a road, and therefore it is not perfectly flat. It occasionally peaks in and out of view, and that's not clear if it's because the light itself is turning on and off, or perhaps because the car is moving and it's just barely in view.
Okay.
I would
think
say
see
over the
something reflective
horizon.
Up ahead.
I would say over the horizon,
Okay.
but you cannot see the horizon as it is completely pitch black.
Yeah.
But you get the idea.
Is there something reflective up ahead?
It sure does have light.
Is it the fort?
Is there anything on
Close.
the map that's supposed to be between us and the fort?
Pretty much just open field. I mean, there's a town off to one
Oh.
side, but like if we've been going straight, we shouldn't even hit it.
Hmm.
I mean, and I say town, it's like
Alright.
5 below. It's like barely a named place.
Do we just head straight for it, I guess? We
I mean,
can't
we're
see it
going the
from
right
here.
direction.
I think we're already going.
Yeah, it's
Let's-
already
we
on our
gotta
way.
go either
Okay,
way.
yeah.
What's the harm in a reflective
Straight forward, I
light?
guess. I guess
As
we're just gonna go straight for it then.
As you get closer to the source of light, you can now see, you are now close enough that you can see it is certainly not something reflective, and it is a proper source of light on its own. That the reason it was peeking in and out of view is because the field ends, and although it is not a forest again, like there's you're well out of the forest, but there is a patch of trees in your way.
Oh.
You still can't quite make out what
Shit.
the source of light is, but you now know that it is actually a proper source of light. It seems, well,
Well, I guess now for certain we have to leave the car behind, don't
Yeah, we
we?
can't
It's
take
We
the
can
car
just
through
drive
there.
through.
a light patch of trees.
It's a
Just
small
drive through the
patch.
trees.
But there's a light inside of it somewhere.
Can't
Through-
we drive through the trees?
Through the other side.
Yeah,
Essentially.
on the
Okay,
other side of
okay.
the trees.
This is not as dense as the forest. And so
Right.
it would be feasible to drive a car through, though of course you would still have to do so quite carefully.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can
can
do
be
it if
careful
you're not
there.
comfortable.
You doing better
Are
now?
you feeling up to it?
Sure.
Like, I'm still okay with driving. I just want to make sure you are.
Sounds like
I'll
she has
be
more energy
fine.
now.
All right.
Switch up.
Yeah. Get on up there, Emmy.
She probably knows her car. She
Loving.
can probably move
Okay.
around this better.
That's right.
Yeah, sure.
And I mean, Ken doesn't have a license, so we don't want to get pulled over.
Mm-hmm.
By wet cops.
Mm,
You're
In
going
the
yes, that's
gravity.
true.
you are going through the trees, not around, is that correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
Right?
Oh. Oh.
Oh dear.
That's a lot of
Ooh,
sixes.
that was
boy.
Oh.
Also-
I will not roll as I cannot possibly roll higher than that.
Okay.
Oh, we got 2 ones though.
Alright.
You have burned your
Mhm.
moment, so you can, of course, choose to extend this scene by burning a trait, if you so desire.
I don't feel like it'd be very applicable here.
It
How do I drive greedily?
No, it would just be to
perhaps
save the
it's
dice rather
whatever
than-
is after the driving. Remember, you get to
Oh, I
narrate
guess that's true. Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah.
if you, but
You're
if
gonna
you
burn
so
in-
desire.
okay.
It's not. I'm not trying to influence you. I'm just reminding you.
Okay.
It's,
yeah. I'll burn it.
all right.
Could you not roll higher? Do the ones add to your roll? Or
I
are these
cannot.
ones
roll
total
higher
dice?
than the number of
Okay.
sixes that you have, and so I will not be
Okay.
rolling.
Okay.
It's to save the
Alright.
ones at least. For
All right.
whatever
So you
comes
burn.
after.
You burn your vice. Your virtue will be next, and you may
Yes.
re-roll those 2 ones. You have 4 sixes.
Okay. Do I use this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
You have saved one of them.
No.
Alright.
Very good.
Describe what happens and make sure to use greedily in it. Obviously, it doesn't have to be the driving, but perhaps something else comes up
Mm-hmm.
that causes you to be
Sure, sure.
greedy.
Okay, got it. It'll take a little bit, but we get through the trees just fine. Emmy is pretty quiet, while driving, the same as she has been, since they have, found the accident. There was once or twice where it seemed that she got a bit careless and the car scraped against a tree or something. She didn't respond to it, aside from getting annoyed and keeping going. But eventually they make their way to whatever the light source is. Do I get to decide that now?
If you so desire, I think you can.
Sure. Alright. They're going to find a cabin in the woods sort of thing. And it's kind of light patch. The lights are on, but the place has been vacated. And well, while she is there, and they're supposed to, the rest are kind of consolidated in the cabin for like a short stop and break from the car to they stretch their legs and eat and so on. Use the facilities, as it were. She is going to spend like a good 3 hours in the bathroom by yourself,
Excellent.
using up all of the hot water.
Excellent.
That's fair.
A
You
cabin
alright in
in the
there?
woods.
Oh yeah, okay.
Mm.
You get lost?
I'm
Did
fine.
you
I'm
fall
fine.
in? Okay.
I'm good. It was just a shower. Oh,
Oh.
she. I mean, actually looks happy after having some rest.
Okay.
Mm.
Great.
There isn't much hot water left though, so I'm sorry, but it is what it is.
You know, an ice bath
Uh.
sounds fine right now, actually. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Mm.
The
Really?
Crazy. That sounds horrible.
Emmy may have used hot water, but as you all kind of are in the middle of this log cabin that just happens to be out here in the woods, it is surprisingly well stocked. There is pretty much everything that
Yeah,
somebody would
so-
need to live in the woods at this cabin. The lights are on. The the water was still hot. And as you look around, in fact, in the kitchen, the gas burner was burning.
Oh.
I presume one of you probably would have
somebody's-
turned that off at this point. In
I
any
turned that
case,
off,
there
yeah.
is nobody
Mm.
inside the house, at least that you can see at a glance.
Mhm.
How much food? Is it like enough to last us a couple weeks or months or so?
Jeez.
Lots and lots of canned soup.
Soup. Good soup. I think
It's my
someone
guilty
lives here.
pleasure.
But
I
they
mean,
left the
maybe.
burner on.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, well,
It's
I like-
probably one of those like zombie survivalist people.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know,
Mm.
Was the door unlocked when we got here? Like, how did it seem like they were out? Like they got out in a hurry or
I
something?
didn't have to
What-
break a window or anything, so
The door was unlocked. You could just walk right in.
But it wasn't open. It was closed.
Mm.
is anyone here?
I locked it after we came in though.
I would
Okay,
like
yeah.
to look for people.
Where would you like to look for people?
I think around the outside, see if there's any signs of.
All right, you
life.
can
I'm gonna go see if I can find them because I don't want to just barge in on these guys and.
check
know.
the vicinity of the cabin for
that.
well,
Well, that's yeah.
You know.
But we don't want to cause trouble. That's all. You know. Sure. All right. Aha. My son. Blah.
Oh.
Hey.
a success,
No one.
and there are no
No
ones,
ones.
so I will.
Oh
Okay.
dear.
I have still not rolled any sixes. Lucky for you.
You got a 1 though. That one goes out. Bye bye.
I am the GM.
We'll buy
It
one.
does not go out for me.
Goodbye.
You can see it is not blinking.
Darn.
Unlike your ones, which do blink, mine are eternal.
Mm.
The candle is already out after all.
Man.
The Urple is
That's
all
okay.
knowing.
You have succeeded, and therefore may narrate what you find.
Okay. I find I'm out there, and I'm like, "Hello, is anyone there?" And then I hear a noise from in the woods a little bit, and I see another light source. It's like a lantern with a flame, and it's a young woman named April, and she tells me that she is looking for her brother, and her little brother. He was just there, in the house, and when she turned around, he was gone. And that is as far as we've gotten in this conversation with her so far.
I
Other
see.
than, we just found your cabin, you know? There was a burner on, so we turned that off for you. And you can't find him?
No, I've looked everywhere. He must have gone. I told him we'd be safe here, but he wanted to. He didn't think so. We've lived out here pretty much all our lives, but he wanted to go to the fort. I mean, it's like right over. It's not that far of a walk, but it's dark outside, and I mean, could have at least taken some stuff with him if he wanted to go.
Well, you didn't take anything?
No, I double checked. He even. It's unlike him. He even left his. He even left his lucky watch. He takes it off for the night,
boy.
but he's never.
Huh. Okay. We should here. You should come meet these guys. They're inside the cabin already, and we could talk about it more. We're just, relaxing.
You haven't seen anybody either, have you?
No, I like you. Well, that was it. Other than that,
I
calm noises around here.
Ken, look at this cool watch I found.
Okay.
you.
Does it still work? I mean, I imagine it does.
Put that down right now.
Why?
I mean, you gotta put that down.
Is yours?
That's
you find
I
it
missed
here?
it. Did you
It's
actually
not
name the
yours.
brother? I missed
Yeah,
it.
I found it here.
No, I didn't name him. You
Okay.
can go call him. Yeah.
That's
That's not yours.
that's Sam's
put that
watch.
down.
I'm gonna try to take it.
Oh, I'll let it be taken.
All right. He'll
Sam?
need that when we find him.
This is April. She was outside looking for her brother.
Hello.
They live here.
Oh.
Oh,
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 really
this is
sorry to
your
where'd your
intrude
brother
then.
go?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've already told Philip, but he kind of just. I woke up and he was kind of just gone, and he didn't even take anything. So I don't know. He kept telling me that we should leave our house and go and go to Fort Victor, but I mean we honestly I think he was right. I was going to go with him, but at least we need to take some of our stuff, not leaving everything behind like this.
Yeah, no, of course. And we're on our way there now, so if he's headed there, we'll probably see him at Fort Victor, Come with us. I think we still have gas in the car, right?
Do you have gas?
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
bit. I mean, we do.
I
Wait, what? Why would he leave his watch behind, though?
it's
Maybe he forgot it.
he
You know,
he's never forgotten it. Not a single day in his life. It was a gift from
I mean,
our
Hmm.
father. But
No, that sounds.
it's unlike him. I think he's probably in trouble. In fact, I
Oh.
don't.
Do you think somebody
Okay.
like took him?
We've seen this before
You know,
with Steve.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't want to believe it. But I've been hearing rumors on the radio about people disappearing, and
What?
and
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Everybody
things
wants-
moving in the
Yeah.
shadows. I don't want to believe it. I didn't.
Raccoon.
Raccoon?
Well, we saw a raccoon and a giraffe.
A giraffe?
I
A gi-
think.
A giraffe?
Back at town hall.
I-
There was a
I-
giraffe.
it-
Remember?
There-
I don't remember the giraffe.
I
I don't know if I saw the giraffe.
well, we don't know if it was a giraffe, but it was like.
No,
a
we're
small
also in
thing
the
on
middle
four
of not the
legs.
savannah.
which is why
So,
it's very
don't
weird that we
think
think we saw a giraffe.
there are any giraffes here. I mean,
Zoo's out.
it's just
No.
me.
I mean,
It's
the
it was
sky is
just
gone,
me.
lady.
Have you
Anything is
seen
possible
have you
right
seen
now.
anything weird? Like have you heard a lot of
Are there animals around here a lot, or is that like relatively uncommon? Like
Really
crickets. Like
common.
I didn't notice it until a while ago, but the crickets aren't really. You know, I thought that was
They-
strange.
They kind of kept their rhythm for the first few. I don't know what to call them, days, nights. But eventually they
Yeah.
just I don't know, maybe they got tired of it being, well, night constantly. In any
Right.
case, it's just me.
Mm.
It's just me, Sam,
Okay.
and our cat.
You have a cat?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Is the cat around?
We didn't see. Yeah, we never saw a cop.
Yeah.
his name is Fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
She
It's
Where's
a
Fluffy
stupid
right
name
now?
for a cat.
That's
she
adorable.
Where
kind
is
of
Oh my-
like
Andy,
goes
that's
to the
rude.
kitchen and like kind of rattles a box,
Okay,
and
it's a can.
out of seemingly nowhere, a black cat just like apparates.
Oh,
Aw.
apple.
Out of
Okay.
Kitty.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh.
Hello, cat.
Okay, if this isn't a moment where everyone smiles,
Wow, an animal.
whenever we're gonna get another one.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. There's a
Well, we'll
cat
see.
there.
Yeah,
It's
Leon is
Mhm.
smiling ear to ear right now. She loves cats.
Mhm.
All right,
I'm just glad to see
okay.
an
I
animal
Reindeer.
I feel
that
like
still has joy.
Fluffy. Will it be ruined? Let's find out.
Oh god!
Oh no.
We didn't turn off the stove.
No.
The stove
We
wasn't turned off
did.
properly.
We
the
did.
cat
No.
explodes.
We did.
And the fire.
No.
I'm low-key hoping it does get ruined.
It is your moment. Let's find out.
Roasted cat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Okay.
Here we go.
Did the flames go blue again?
I can do that. If you said it hurt your eyes previously, so
It's okay. It just takes a bit to adjust. It's fine.
I don't know if it
Alright.
adds anything.
Come
I
on, Fluffy.
Yes.
Oh.
But
I think if
A
you hold it
success.
down, it rolls a lot more. Whoa, look at that. And a failure.
You have a success. You can't.
kind of, like,
you can't
all
re-roll moments.
went
So
near a handle. Yeah.
you can't re-roll moments.
Okay,
So
okay.
that one will stay. But it
Mm-hmm.
is a success, And you do always get to narrate your moments unless it is a failure. So I will.
Yay.
I see.
In addition, since hope is inspired, you get an extra dice.
Oh, cool.
That is your hope dice.
Just me?
Just you. That is your
Okay.
your character's hope. And now you may narrate
Wow.
the
So-
scene.
Okay. Explain me how the dice works after I narrate then. Okay.
It's a bonus dice to all your rolls for now.
Every single roll I make, I just get one
only
more.
Until the end of session? Or
It
the
will not
season?
it will not disappear on ones. You roll the number of candles plus 1 dice. And I am not
Okay.
convinced that the candles are broken, but oh well. Let's keep
I
going.
think they're probably broken. Yeah. You might want to make a timer.
I swear they were working, and
Uh,
I don't know what whatever. Let's keep going.
Okay. So, in the moment where April, I believe, casts a magic trick that's called Appear Cat. A cat appears named Fluffy, a black cat, out of a box. They were somewhat startled by the sudden arrival of 4 people, and decided to hide away until the noise went away. But by hearing April's specific tapping sequence that they probably have defined over the years, they were curious enough to try to check it out. And April's there, holding Fluffy in her arms, slowly petting them. And everyone, I don't know, just everyone gets a little bit their sanity back, having this moment of brevity where it's just a lady in a cabin and her cat. It's just nice.
That's nice.
It's cozy.
It is quite nice,
Just like out of a Hallmark movie.
except a bit darker.
Except for the darkness outside.
For a brief moment, for maybe a minute or two, that's forgotten.
Yeah.
All that is seen is Fluffy. The darkness of the black cat, instead of the darkness
May I
that is
pet the
outside.
cat, April? Yes. It's a good
Pet the
cat.
cat.
I love the kitty.
Well, it would seem that the candles are in fact broken.
Oh.
Would you be okay with extinguishing a candle anyway to move the game along? We have been on
Yeah, that
7
seems
candles for
appropriate.
some time.
It's fine.
Oh my god.
Well, you
May
can.
I do it?
You may. If I'm sorry. This is not usual, but IRL you wouldn't have broken candles. So, oh well.
Of course.
We can move the game along. I'm sorry once again. You are beta testers secretly. But
Ah,
we will now continue.
I demand a raise.
All right. Well,
Right.
This is true.
Hope
the
has-
party has no clipped out of the wall and has flown across the map with a sort of fly glitch. And we're now on our
these
way
things
to-
are true. The world is dark, and you may provide us with our truth.
But Fluffy's fur is darker. Fluffy's cuteness.
Fluffy's
if
fur is
we-
darker.
No, that wasn't real. It's just like that. April decides to join us to try and look for their brother on the way to
Sure.
Fort
Fort Victor.
Victor. Thank you, and brings Fluffy along with them.
1, 2, Kanaka.
The fort is no longer accepting new survivors.
Oh,
Mm.
excellent.
Oh.
How dare.
Let me think. What a plot twist. You.
Hmm.
You've after you hear that on the radio, you still make it to the gates safe and sound.
Hmm.
4.
We are out of food.
5.
The last bit of gas that we had in the car was to make it to the fort, so now we are almost definitely out.
And finally,
Gas
6.
and food.
We are
We are all
all
still
alive.
We are all
We are all
alive.
We're all still alive.
All right, and scene. All right, you've been driving. You have April and Fluffy the cat in your car. You're out of gas. You're out of food, but you've made it safely to Fort Victor. Unfortunately, in a short time before you got there, you hear over the radio that the forts will no longer be accepting new survivors. They are full, so to speak, and cannot take any more. You arrive at the gate. It is currently closed, but perhaps you can still do something, and you may go. Scene.
Shit. Oh god.
This isn't
Did any
fair.
of you guys see that light from earlier? Was it to here? Was it off in the distance? What happened with that? Or
That was the
Oh.
cabin.
That was the cabin.
that was the cabin.
That was the cabin.
Okay.
Yeah. that was
Yes.
good.
I thought the light was beyond the wood. Okay, fine.
Okay, well. Okay, wait, hang on. No, because they said
Hmm.
they were.
Stuff like that
Is it
happens. I did
people-
say Beyond the Wood, but then, you know, it was Kaneko's
It got retconned.
narration.
Okay.
So it was Kaneko's narration,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah, gotcha.
we go with.
Oh, my apologies.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
that- this-
it's
that's how
fine.
this works. This
Things
is
can get
improv.
retconned like that.
This is improv.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Good.
Got him. This isn't fair. They should let us in.
Okay, hang on.
But you know they
They said-
we are.
There
No, I don't think they do.
appears to be by the gate, you know, kind of like a military style. There is like I don't know what they're called, like a box that people usually sit in to like open and close the gate.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Like a kiosk.
On the other side of the fencing.
Is anyone there? Is
The
Hey.
We can try knocking.
yeah.
the gates are closed, and there appears to be, well, at least the very least, there's nobody
on the other side of the
responding
gate.
from the kiosk itself. You can see in the distance the lights of the building, the fort proper, but that is, of course, on the other side of the fence and gate, which appears to be, well, a tall fence with barbed wire running around the top.
Mm-hmm.
Ken, you need to use your hacking skills to get the gate open. It's like
Hacking skills?
I don't know, whatever you did with the radio. Go do that with the gate. Get the gate open.
You have another phone
Isn't
handy?
it electric gate?
Yeah, I have my second phone.
God.
I was
You
joking.
had a second
but
phone.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
how
if
would that
it's an
have been
electric
useful?
gate.
When did you get a?
Never mind, I don't care.
I always have two phones. Like, one
Okay.
is for social media, and the second one is for my second social media.
Ah,
Wait, we needed a flashlight early. Oh, it's fine. The other day. Okay.
Well, I
fine.
wanted to save the battery so I can check Facebook
This. Oh, Jesus.
and Insta.
Lady, there is no
I haven't
more
checked my
Facebook.
Insta. My followers need me.
I promise you
yeah,
they
the
don't.
candles are supposed to burn out. I'm convinced that's not working, even though I literally
do we
tested
really have to
this
start this
exact
one?
version of the world that is currently uploaded. I
bigger
tested
fish
I don't think
by
we can
leaving
get
it
it
up.
open.
the
with-
VRChat instance for 3 hours. So something
Did we
broke
even
the
bring
candles.
the soldering iron with us? I don't remember.
I
if we
don't
left
know
it
what
at
it was
the-
because,
at April's place.
but oh
The
well.
hell is a soldering iron?
Can we pick the lock?
It's what I
What is that
used
it
to
called?
earlier.
Can we
Whatever.
pick-
It's a
can
tool.
we- It's
Can we pick the lock?
maybe.
It's so okay. So let me think. I can try to describe what's going on.
Or
It's
learn how to pick a lock.
it's imagine like a tall fence with barbed wire at the top, and at like basically there is like a short like dirt road that leads up to this gate, which would normally slide out of the way if somebody opens it. It's not so much locked as needing to be opened by somebody from the inside, though perhaps maybe there is another way in. It's not so much that there is a lock.
It's
hold on,
physically like
please.
unable to open.
Okay.
Normally,
I will-
normally this sort
I'll
of
look.
normally this sort of station would be opened by somebody from the inside, and the gate would kind of like slide out of the way.
Mm.
How tall is it? Like,
Well, it's got razor wire at the top.
Well,
right?
the gate itself, right?
Probably.
The gate itself is a few meters tall, certainly taller than you are, and it also has barbed wire at the top.
Okay.
Mm.
mm,
It's like double our height.
Mm-hmm.
well, maybe we can like lift over, open the gate or something, but I don't know what to do about the wire. What if we just like drive through, or is then no more gas?
We're out of gas. Yeah.
Mm.
Our car is parked like 100 meters that way. We could push it here, I guess, but
Mm.
Well, aren't they just gonna kick us out? Like, even if we get past this
Well, if
thing?
we like sneak in.
Maybe.
with the
Okay. Okay. If there's no one here,
I
maybe.
we have to get in. I'm sure my brother's there.
Mm.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, we have
Can we
to.
just-
'cause
I-
don't.
I mean, is there a radio or something to hey?
How's the
we're
radio
at the
doing?
gate. Yeah, we have to. So.
Yeah, maybe tell them that we were already inside and we went out to go do something and now we're back. Tell them that.
Mhm.
Just tell them we're back.
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah, yeah.
That's
Not a very
bad.
good liar.
Here, I'll try it. I'll try it.
All right.
Okay.
Is that a roll
I'm
actually?
gonna try radioing.
Yeah.
My husband was there before, right, Martin? So maybe I could have his spot.
He was there?
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that would work. Whatever, just if it works, then it works, and we can.
All right, I'll call.
How many dice is that? That's only
Okay.
4.
It's
That's
only
let's I forgot to end scene. Sorry. Let's do that again.
Oh,
no
oh.
problem.
That's right.
Let's yeah, we need I will yeah, I forgot to end the scene. There we go.
Alright.
Okay.
Success.
Mine too.
I will now select myself.
Barely.
All right.
And I have rolled 1 6, but that is
One
not enough.
success.
So you may narrate what happens.
Okay. So Emmy goes and calls on the radio to ask, saying that they were a party that had left the compound and have returned, and they are allowed to come in. But that is as far as things proceed. Essentially, the gate is opened, they're allowed to come in, and then the gate closes. From then on, they'll have to figure out how to lie to whatever authorities are running the place.
All right. They were convinced, and you are now on the inside.
We make it through.
On foot, however.
On
yeah,
foot.
on foot.
Or
works.
rather, have we pushed our car into the place, maybe? I think that's smarter.
Sure, we'll have said that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll push the car. I mean, we didn't push the car, but the rest of you can.
Of course not.
She might break a nail.
Sure, you could have pushed the car.
I'll
The
steer.
last bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. It works.
It's
Okay.
it's not a warm greeting. There's nobody to greet you, but you have your car and you are inside the
Okay.
military complex.
This is all going uphill. Awesome. You're gonna wait. Doing great.
The difference between us and everything out there, though. So, I mean, it's a military
Yeah,
complex.
exactly. We got a gate.
Mm-hmm.
We got people looking probably on the other side. Probably.
Hello? Hello? We're not sure where to go now.
There are lights on in the distance where you can see the main building.
Let's just go towards the lights. It's probably that.
With the walk? Okay.
At this
Well,
point,
yeah, we-
compared to the entirety of the rest of your journey, this is just a stone's throw away. You are basically in
Mm-hmm.
a minute or
Fort
two.
Victor.
A minute or
Don't
two
they have,
walk
like,
away.
the tiny cars? Like the golf carts?
I don't think they have a golf course here.
No, the golf cart, like the golf carts to like drive around.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe those are movie sets.
There are 3 buildings in the distance, and as you're sitting around and discussing what to do, you witness the lights of the center building go off.
Oh. Well, I guess we don't go to that one.
What?
Um.
Why did? That was the one in the middle.
Okay.
Maybe they're conserving
Uh,
power.
I don't know.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe someone was in there only temporarily and just happened. I mean, yeah. Only so many lights that can go around. They probably just turn it off when they're done with the place. Like, let's go find your
Okay,
brother.
Leon? Okay. I want to see your present still.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Hmm?
Yeah, let's go.
Uh,
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just get going.
Can you describe how you're approaching the building? And then I can narrate what happens.
We're going. Yes, you should.
Oh, the middle one.
Sure. We're kind of just pushing the car along, like slowly trekking our way over there. We have a lot of supplies in our car, you know?
Of course.
I mean, not a lot, but like.
We have no
stuff.
food left.
Perhaps,
Yeah.
what exactly is your destination? This is a large complex, but there are
center
three
building.
main buildings. One of which you
Mhm.
just witnessed the lights go out. And it has been staying out
Uh-huh.
as you push the car slowly along.
Mm.
How about the one that's furthest away from it? Or is it like actually smack in the middle?
Just go for one of the
Who's in
other
the
two.
middle, I
Doesn't matter which one.
Yeah.
Everyone's closer.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Aim for the closest lit up building.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt. Something's come up. I have to leave.
I apologize. This has been taking much longer than it was intended because the candles aren't going out, and that is my fault.
Yeah.
So you can absolutely leave if you need to. And I'm trying to, I suppose, hurry it along, but I do apologize. That is my
sorry.
fault.
Okay.
No, it is. This is entirely my fault. This is entirely my
Mhm.
fault. If the candles were working, all the candles would be out by now. Like
Oh,
literally,
really?
literally
Oh,
now.
shit.
So, and we still
Yeah.
have 6 burning. So I would probably suggest that we kind of hurried along and extinguish a few more. But yes, please,
Yeah.
please do go.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you,
you.
thank you for
sorry.
helping
Yeah.
me.
Me too.
Thank
Nice
you
to
for
meet
coming. I hope you enjoyed your time. I am
Mm.
sorry that you can't stay until the end. That is entirely my bad.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry. This was so much fun. I do
Mhm.
really enjoy this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anytime.
I'll
Thank you. All right.
I'll
Bye.
try again
Bye.
once I fix the issues. I think I know what they are, but yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you again. This was a lot of fun.
If you want, you
Mm.
can.
It's not working.
You can go above.
You
go
have to be
higher
right
first.
on
yeah,
the
mine's not
candle
working.
flame.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Oh,
go.
okay, got it.
Okay.
You have to be right
But one
on
of
the
the
candle
buildings
flame.
went out, so yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's,
sure.
That's one flame that
All
went
right,
out
sure.
for
Yeah,
the-
once again,
the
I
second one.
apologize if like the game would be ending like would have ended by now if
Mhm.
if
Yeah.
we were if it was
And we
working.
could
So
always go down to 2.
like this would have been like the maximum time basically.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
But-
I understand.
Do you wanna?
No, this is good. We're good. We're good. I
Oh,
think with
okay.
3 we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we had a lot of would be
Mm.
scenes with that 7th candle. So
Yeah. Oh well. Once again,
Mm.
okay.
you know, you don't have to deal with
Yes.
this with IRL candles, but you do with virtual ones. Virtual candles cannot work.
Mm.
All right.
Oh my
Continuing
God, where
on.
did
You approach the
Leon
nearest
go?
lit building. Let's think.
The building
Leon has
gone.
left. We had moment.
I'd say we
Okay.
searched for Leon, and that was the other candle. Was us searching for Leon
Yeah.
and failing? Leon has disappeared. Strangely.
I am hungry.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to do that.
I suppose let's find out what we see, and if we fail, I'll take that last one. This roll probably should have gone with 4 candles, but let's find out. Let's find out what we see. At the building
Okay.
on the close building that is lit.
Okay.
Who would like to roll?
I'll
Who
roll.
hasn't rolled often?
I haven't.
Yeah,
I
this
still
is
have,
like anybody can do this one because
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll roll. Happily
Please
roll.
do.
Okay. We got 3 dice.
Mm-hmm.
all right. I'll count that as a failure
Okay, that
for
makes
the
sense.
previous candle that we just extinguished because we just extinguished a couple
Okay.
of them.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As for that is for the previous candle. You approach the nearest lit building, and as you get closer to within the range of earshot, you're still pushing the cart along. You hear a commotion. You hear voices shouting in the distance as the light of this building, too, flashes out, and only the one in the distance remains lit. You can hear voices far away yelling things. Like you can maybe even make out somebody yell, "Get away from me!" Just in the distance.
What?
It is
Fucking.
Okay.
those- Yeah. It is.
you are that is where we are. You are now within earshot
Okay.
of the building, and you can hear
Right.
voices in panic.
These things are
I-
true.
Let's just fucking go in then. I mean, they're right here, right?
Right. We filled the roll. We end the scene. So for 3 candles.
Mhm.
Yeah.
These things are true.
So there's a commotion going on in the building. That's what's happening.
That I just
Mhm,
narrated the
sorry.
failure. I just narrated the failure. There's a commotion
Yeah.
going on. These things are true. The
Okay,
world is dark.
okay.
You get to establish a truth.
Oh fuck. Shit. We hear gunshots.
You hear gunshots.
Mm.
Oh.
Nelu?
One of the gunshots goes through a window and breaks it entirely.
There's a broken window. And finally,
Mm-hmm.
we are still alive.
We are
We
still
are
alive.
alive.
He's still alive. Okay. Okay.
That
Mostly.
that is the scene.
Mm.
The lights on the nearest military complex building just flash out in front of you. You hear voices yelling, you hear gunshots, glass shattering. Perhaps Fort Victor wasn't as safe as the people here thought it might be, but that is all you know at this time, as it is dark and you can't make out what's going on. April is sitting. We have to go. My brother's in there.
In this building?
I don't know. He in the fort. Somewhere. He has to be.
It might be in here then. Call out to them. And I recognize your voice.
Sam? Sam, are you there? Her voice is drowned out by the cacophony that is taking place.
What do we do? I don't have any weapons. There might be fighting in there.
We shouldn't go
What do
in.
we do?
I'm sorry, April, but you're on your own.
I don't. Okay.
You're not coming? I have to go.
April. Okay. I get it.
Fluffy the cat
I
is
get it.
I'll go with
sleeping soundly on one of the seats.
I think Philip will go.
Oh,
with you.
actually, no. Fluffy the cat would not be sleeping soundly on one of the seats. Fluffy the cat would be
Mhm.
Panicking
wide awake.
under the seat.
It's yeah, under the seat, eyes, golden eyes glowing. You can just barely see.
Okay. I think Philip would go with her. Did she already leave?
She's getting out of the car and
Okay.
Going.
Yeah. Philip will go with her. His flashlight's almost dead, but he's gonna go with her and try to use it with her. I think to see if he could help out. We can't.
Oh my God.
We can't just. We gotta go. We gotta see what's happening at least. We gotta figure out if we gotta leave.
You're gonna get shot, dude.
Well,
Oh wait, there's a handgun in the glove compartment, glove box.
Oh my God.
you know what? There's a handgun in the
I don't
glove compartment. You know what?
I don't want it. I don't want it.
You don't want it?
put
Okay, I'll use it then. That's fine. She's gonna
Oh
get
my
in the
God, do you know
car
how
and
to
like,
use it?
lock the door. Gonna take the gun out
There's
of the
there's a
car.
handgun in the glove compartment. There you go.
The safety is clearly
Okay,
still
there you
on
go.
as she holds it.
Uh-huh.
Jesus Christ.
April's not waiting for you. She's a few seconds ahead, and you're gonna have to catch up to her.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
going with her. I'm
fine.
following
We're
her
doing this.
step by
Let's
step.
go. We're going in.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
just
with the
gonna stay
person
in
who
the
doesn't
car.
know how to operating a gun. Oh, you're gonna.
You're
stay
gonna
there.
stay in the
Are
car
you,
with
are
the
you staying
gun.
with me outside?
That's
I'm staying
fine.
in the car with the gun.
You can do that if
I'm
you wish.
scared.
No. I'm gonna try to like be halfway between the car and wherever like you guys go into the building. I'm trying to like make a halfway point.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're free to do that.
Okay.
You run chasing April. You find
Yeah.
with relative ease with your flashlights, you find a door, an entrance into the building where sounds of yelling and fighting can still be heard. And you go inside. The inside of the building, as you look around with the light of your flashlight, it's you immediately see some not super narrow, but corridors, essentially, with doors on either side. It's a fairly large building. Searching, well, all the rooms, especially in such a hurry, is probably not.
Not easy.
Certainly it would take a long time to search the whole building, if you would want to, and well, it sounds like there are more important matters at hand.
Yeah.
April's frantically calling out for Sam. And
I'm sorry, continue.
yeah, April's frantically calling out for Sam. If you want to do something, you can go ahead.
I'm just helping her out. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the fighting and everything as well.
You round the corner of the hallway just in time to see somebody with a gun kind of shooting at something, only for them to suddenly, unnaturally, be whisked around the corner. They were standing there a moment ago, and then suddenly, it as if some force pulled them. April is also standing there in shock as she has just seen this as well.
What?
Sound
gotta
of
go.
gunfire continues.
April, we gotta go.
But Sam,
He might have made it out. You know? He might be outside somewhere. He might have not even come into to Victor. April, we gotta go.
She kind of crouches on the ground and in like a kind of like a fetal position.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna try to convince her to get up and leave with me.
All right.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, good night.
A success.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But is it good enough?
Probably not.
Here.
Nope.
No.
It's my turn. It is my turn to narrate.
All right.
And I've been lazy this whole time, so finally.
Yay.
All right. You call out to April. You tell her, Sam's. I'm sure he's fine. If he's made it this far, then he'll have made it out of here. And your words seem to reach her just enough for her to stand up and kind of come to her senses for a bit as she kind of turns around and starts running in exactly the opposite direction that you were running now, back towards the entrance. You're right. We gotta go.
That's
It's not safe here. I was right. I was right all along.
okay. Okay, yeah.
Why didn't he listen to me? Could have just.
It's. We can find him again. We can find him again when we're out there. You know. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
You.
All right.
I don't know. Are you continuing outside?
Yeah, that is the plan. I just keep.
Okay.
moving.
Well, you can go outside. The other two are out there.
Hmm. Hey, we're leaving now.
Don't
Okay.
gotta
go.
tell me twice. We're going towards that other
Yeah.
building that's still lit.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we should even be in Victor at this point, but I
Are
guess
you-
that's.
We can figure it out on the way there.
Are you taking the car?
Please don't take the car. It's gonna slow us down.
But
All of our stuff is in there.
Fluffy's in there. Fluffy's in there.
We'll just grab Fluffy. We'll find
April
more stuff.
grabs Fluffy tight and wraps her up in like her clothes.
We don't want to be around when whatever these are get to us.
Would the car protect us? What's these things?
I think so.
What are you talking about?
We gotta go.
The things on the radio
Where?
were true. They're really out
What-
there.
What?
I saw it.
What is?
We went into the building and there was a man there and he just got grabbed and then he wasn't there anymore.
The giraffe?
Sure.
I
Yeah, the giraffe.
I couldn't see anything other than it something wrapped around him and then he wasn't there anymore.
God.
It's really dark.
Okay. Why the lights are turning out?
We need to go.
Go to the lights. My flashlight's dead. We gotta go to the lights. We gotta go. We're gonna get
So where are we going?
to the.
We're
light
driving to the
building.
other one.
We can't
Are
drive.
we?
We have no gas.
We can't
We've
drive.
pushing
We've
the
been pushing the
car.
car.
How do they?
We gotta leave the car.
If they're in such a state, how do they open the door for us? What? How did?
I don't know.
What the fuck
That was
is
before
I'm
the
just gonna
lights
try
went out.
like driving anyways. But
Emmy.
The car does not move.
we have to.
Emmy.
I'm just gonna start sprinting towards the lighted building.
Okay, shit.
As you're
I gotta
running,
stay with
a
10. I'm gonna.
loud
Yeah.
as you start running, a loud boom echoes through the landscape. An explosion in the building that you're near to.
Oh God.
As
I'll jump out of the
lights,
car and follow the others.
as you can see, lights in this near building, but they are not the soft white glow of fluorescent lights. It is instead the bright red and orange of fire.
Oh God.
What?
Shit.
Okay, we gotta get to the other building. Car or no car?
In my like sprinting, I turn around and I try to look to see if I can see anything like from the building at all. Like just anything. I'm like scanning the windows and stuff. I don't know if there are windows on it.
All right.
You attempt to look through the inferno, and as you look through there, you hear well, people screaming in pain, as well as you can see figures further away from you, running away from the building.
Figures. Okay. Like they're just like in random directions.
Just away.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna like stutter and then continue to run towards the light again. The lighted building.
I'll follow at this point.
Yeah, I've been following the whole time.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's put this up to a roll.
Mm-hmm.
As the leader of the pack, or of the bunch, you have
I
a
wish I
fancy
could- oh,
extra.
Roll your bonus dice.
You have a bonus dice.
He's
Yes.
totally our leader.
Well, you are in the front at the very least. So let's see what
I
you
called
find.
That shit. I called that
Let's
shit.
see what you find when
not
you
a
get
leader,
there.
Shit. I'm just the most decisive. I got one.
Yeah.
A success.
Yeah. Perfect.
Should we burn a
Success.
card or reroll and get a
Success
second
for long.
success?
You can't,
We could
You
burn a
can't.
card.
There's
You
no
can't.
ones. There's no ones.
Oh, you can only reroll once?
Unless
Oh,
it's your
fuck.
brink.
Okay. I thought it
Unless
was
it's your
actually
brink. This is speed round.
No.
Okay.
Shit.
All right.
Aw.
Well,
Got
the house
one
always
success.
wins.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
And
God.
a tie.
You're running
Fuck.
to the building, the one remaining lit building out of the three, and you make it, all of you. As Ken, as you get there, you turn around, only to see, and you see the building that you just came from, engulfed in fire. And then suddenly, it's almost as if something is sucking it all up, all the light from the fire. It grows, it's still there, but it grows dim. And then just as suddenly as it started, the fire is gone. And the building is no longer visible, as it is once again completely enshrouded in darkness.
Oh.
are there?
Again, what is it? Why are you stopping?
Just look.
Look at what? There's nothing there. We gotta keep going.
There was
Are there people in the building
something
with
there.
lights?
There are there are
Okay.
figures that were escaping from the building. You can see some of them.
Okay, they were running.
Some of them are clearly,
running.
at least some of them are clearly people and have made their way inside the
Okay.
building.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
One rudely pushes past you as and kind of keeps running
I stop.
frantically. April also does not stop and runs inside.
Mhm.
Ken?
Come on.
Come on, Ken. I'm gonna try pulling on you.
Yeah, we're gonna
I-
pull his arms.
I'm gonna stop. I'm going to resist being pulled.
Oh.
Ken!
You can see in the distance what appears to be the doors to the building. You can see the lights on from the outside, and you can hear yelling, "Quick, quick, barricade the doors."
Ken, we gotta go right now.
Okay, I'm letting myself go.
Okay.
Let's perhaps
Mm-hmm.
let's see.
Yeah.
I will award this one to you as the
Oh, thank you. Did we make it in the building? I assume so.
That's the roll.
Oh, that's the roll. Oh shit.
Oh boy. Yeah, no. Mm-hmm.
I can't burn a card, can I?
Nope, there's no ones.
Oh fuck.
You can't burn your card to reroll this. No.
No.
Not only have you been incredibly not only have you not rolled a lot of sixes, you also haven't rolled a lot of ones, which is actually incredibly unlucky.
True.
But
It's a neutral area. Yeah. Right.
rolling ones is almost better. I can't believe we really did sap your luck in the testing the
Yeah.
other day. All right, I will now narrate.
Okay, ready.
Do we need to extinguish
You
the candle?
hear. I will narrate first. You hear. Philip, you hear them yelling in the distance. "Quick! Barricade the doors!" You try and snap Ken out of it. And you succeed as you start running towards the building. But the light from the door grows dim as you can see it being closed. And by the time you reach, it is shut tight.
Oh.
You may now extinguish a candle.
Wait.
All right. These things are true. What's our truth?
Fuck.
There are several other people that didn't make it in. Like 3.
There are 3 other people outside with you.
Yeah.
All right. And
We are all still alive.
we are all alive.
We are all still alive.
We also-
All right. That is the scene. You reach the door. It is shut tight, and there are 3 other survivors with you, busy banging as loud as they can on the door. "Let us in. It's... You saw those things. Please, let us in. Let us in." And from inside, you can hear a response where... "We're sorry. We can't trust anyone. Good luck."
I'd like to take the handgun.
Oh?
I want to shoot at the door locks.
Still have the safety on.
There's a clicking noise. How do I? It's not working.
One moment.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean,
my
I could have
God.
accidentally turned on the safety or turned off the safety.
You're attempting.
I
You're
guess.
attempting to shoot the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Emmy, wait. No.
Oh shit.
All right. You shoot the gun. You shoot the gun at the door lock. You know, perhaps like you've seen in all those movies. The bullet ricochets off the lock, hitting one of the 3 people that was standing around squarely in the chest.
Oh god.
Jesus.
You may now extinguish a candle. Now, the final scene is a bit special.
Okay.
We will not extinguish a candle on a failure. However, if you fail a roll at this point, your character will die.
Right.
All right. So that is where we pick up where we left off. Emmy just shot
Okay.
the lock of the door. The bullet ricocheted, hitting one of the three people standing square in the chest, and they are now hunched over on the ground.
Oh God.
We are still alive.
We're still alive.
Shit.
Mm.
Yes, these things are true. The world is dark, and we are still alive.
We are still alive.
We're still alive. Emmy's gonna try to take aim again at the door lock. Freaking out, her hands are
gonna-
shaking.
I'm gonna
Emmy,
start sprinting into a direction that is next to nothing. Like the buildings, our car.
God.
I'm going to go into a completely not that direction. I'm gonna start sprinting.
okay, so you're going to the dark. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All
Are you
right, so
going to stop me?
couple of things. A couple of
I-
things.
yeah, I'm gonna.
hmm
All right,
Sorry, go on.
all right. Let's say you tried to stop Emmy.
Yeah. I'll grab the gun out of her hand if I can.
All right. This is PvP is up to you, I guess.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah.
Yeah, you take the
Fine.
gun.
I don't know if
It's
she's
yours
gonna
now.
kill me.
No, it's in your hands now.
Okay, got it. Okay, I have the gun. I have the gun. I'm not using the gun. I just have it.
The other two who were
We gotta
thus
get
far
inside.
banging on the door
Hmm.
say,
We just.
there's got to be another way in, and they also run off into the dark.
Okay. Is April still with us?
You don't see April. She was not one of the three at the door.
Ah!
I think she went inside. I think she ran past us.
Shit.
I'm pretty sure she made it inside.
Okay, that works. That
You,
works.
in the meantime, have you sprinted off into the dark?
Completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can run away.
I wonder, what will you find in the dark?
I won't be able to see it, whatever it is.
I think the better question is what will find you in the dark.
Well,
Mhm.
considering because we were unable to do this properly, I will kind of, as a GM, step in. You can roll, and I will just explain. What was supposed to happen is we were probably supposed to go a bit faster and re-roll more. Let's just say you're all down to your brinks because, well, sorry,
Okay.
first time.
Well, I mean,
Person
I'm
in the
just about to burn, and I will be down to my brink, I think, with this.
Okay, in that case, you can. But for everybody else who isn't down to their brink,
Awesome.
I will say we can use it out of order because of the technical difficulties that we've been
Yeah.
experiencing. The way a brink reroll is special. Succumbing to your brink means succumbing essentially to insanity and kind of giving in to that brink. But it means you can reroll all your dice, even if they're not ones. And what's more, if you succeed, you get to keep your brink. If you fail, however, well, that's another
Oh.
story.
Oh.
But you still have your traits, so the other two just don't have their brink on the top, and well, we've been
Well, I mean,
rolling.
I'm about to.
So you can do it out of order. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's try re-rolling your one, but remember you can only use one per scene. So I suppose, do you want to
Yes.
re-roll the one or do you want to re-roll both?
Oh, if I do that, I won't be able to use my brink. I want to re-roll both then. I want
Alright.
to use my brink.
Yeah. That's just the hard part is you can't re-roll more than once, even if.
Hmm.
All right. Well, given that, you can re-roll. As a reminder, what was your brink? Just for
I run. Which
You
is
run.
what I've already been doing.
okay. Excellent, excellent. You've already succumbed.
I've kind
Perfect.
of been
Re-roll.
role-playing, yeah.
Re-roll.
All right. All right.
And, oh
You run.
my
Oh,
god.
I kind of did.
You run
mine
successfully into
by
the dark.
accident.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
Ah, just barely. Mhm.
Ken, as you run straight into the darkness, not knowing what you will find, you basically can't see anything. A stroke of luck hits you. An opened window on the side of the base.
Oh.
That is what you find in the dark.
I'm gonna leap in.
Oh my god.
Arms outstretched, like arms first.
You leap in. The other two none the wiser to your location. Let's cut back to the two of you.
I look at the people pounding on the door.
Oh, they're gone now.
They're gone? Oh yeah, they ran. Okay.
It's just us and a dying person.
And a
Probably.
gun.
And a gun.
Okay.
Sound of metal ripping. It's a sound that you probably wouldn't recognize, but essentially you hear the sound of metal ripping apart in the distance. Not near you.
It's the car.
Did you dive into the? So he dove into the building with the lights on.
He ran
That we got
into the
kicked out?
dark, and he found an
Uh-huh.
open window by a stroke of luck.
Oh.
In another place.
But he
Not the
ran
same building?
without you. No, it is in the lit building, the only remaining lit building.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
We just cut back to the other two because he kind of just left the two of you to
Yeah.
to
think-
rot.
I think I'm gonna grab Emmy's hand, and then I'm gonna go the other direction of where the three people ran. If she'll follow.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And I'm gonna chuck the gun into the darkness.
What? No, we needed that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't kill them. I saw people shooting and they got taken anyway.
What about mace?
Maybe the mace will work.
God, was
That's a
that
good
called
idea.
giraffe?
Sure, we'll keep try it. Let's go the other way. Go look for a window or something on the other side.
You the two of
I
you
think we'll
also run
try to
into the
look for another
darkness.
way in.
It would seem.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what you find.
Yeah. Okay. No gun. Oh, fuck.
Gadak.
Oh. Can I burn that brink?
You may.
That's how it works, right? Okay.
As
yeah.
a reminder, just
yeah.
to remind all of us, what was your brink? I didn't write this one. I wrote Kaneko's.
It was to take something from someone who needs it most.
Oh God.
So you've kind of already
Yeah.
done that
Wait,
as well.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take my cell
I
phone that I was-
excellent. Okay,
that I can
let's.
use as a
I love
flashlight?
this. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. You can go ahead and reroll.
Okay. I also technically took the gun from both of us.
Oh. Okay. Well,
As you take the gun from Emmy and run
Oh god.
like your life depends on it. You chuck it into the distance.
Yeah.
It hits something and falls to the floor a few meters in front of you. The both of you see a figure in the dark. Its, well, body kind of shrouded in blackness. Barely, just the, you can barely see it. It is essentially like a shadow in the middle of the night, but you can just, with the smallest amount of light coming from the windows of the building, see a glimmering of eyes in the dark. Philip, a long appendage extends towards you. It's kind of like a wisp of smoke as the head of this creature. Its long neck encircles you. And then Emmy, suddenly Philip is not there, and you are now alone.
Philip? Son?
What do you do?
I'm taking out my phone and I'm gonna try to scramble to get the flashlight working. And the second phone. I have to get that and the mace prepared.
All right.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right, you succeed.
Finally.
Holy shit.
Amazing. There is still hope yet.
Who said that? What was that noise?
I mean,
Nice.
I'm dead.
Why? How'd you give me a word? Did we rush it?
There is still hope yet.
Oh
Oh my god.
Oh!
You get to narrate. You reach for your phone, your flashlight, and you reach for your mace. What happens?
She's unable to see this creature or any whereabouts of where Philip has gone. But through all the chaos and haze and adrenaline, she sees what might be a door, like an entry to the building, and she desperately runs over to try it. And luckily, the door is not locked. So
You enter the
he
building.
steps inside, closes it, and then locks it behind her. It kind of sits down for breath.
All right.
Twist of
You're
fate.
both inside the building. One jumped through a door, one jumped through a window. Let's see. Well, the party is split unless you manage to somehow find yourselves. But both of you are in a building, which is very similar to what I described to Philip earlier. A series of hallways, and with doors on the others, various doors for there's presumably barracks, meeting rooms, whatever sort of thing you would find at a military complex. But there are lots of rooms. The lights are on at the moment. What do you do?
Hello?
Close. Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna shout hello. Just can hear me.
I closed the window behind me, unless it was a broken window.
It was open.
Didn't quite
You
catch
closed the
it if
window.
It was just open. I close the window. I find the nearest door. Try to open it. And whatever kind of room it is, as fast as I can, turn off the light and just hide. That's my series of actions, whatever I can manage to do.
You turn off the light and hide.
Mm.
You're in a room. You didn't get a good chance to. You didn't get a very good chance to look around the room before you instinctively shut off the lights. You hide somewhere, and there is a dim light coming from underneath the bottom of the door. You may roll to see the outcome of this.
Quick question. I failed my...
you may re-roll using your
forget what
brink.
it's called.
You succeeded with your... Oh, you succeeded with your brink. Do you know?
No, I did not. I got 1-6. You got also 1-6.
Oh, we still had 2 candles, so you just have no brink. Oh, no. So me getting a 1-6 is not you failing, right? That's not you failing. You succeeded. I took control. Narrative control. You succeeded. You still have your brink.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, understood.
Good luck.
Yeah!
It's one.
I wish I had a hope dice.
Oh.
Yeah. I cannot see you
what
at
was
all. This
your-
map is so well done.
Died hungry.
I believe they're invisible, but...
No food.
Oh, are you?
Food.
Okay,
I'm
you are
just an
invisible.
invisible
Tisk,
avatar, yeah.
tisk,
Okay, that's fine, I
tisk.
can't see you.
Damn.
Tisk,
Oh my
tisk,
God.
tisk. The darkness...
What the hell?
The darkness is getting impatient. And you know what I will do?
Mm-hmm.
Is I will use the one functioning card, because I have a card too, and I get to burn it myself.
Ooh.
What is the card?
Oh shit.
Oh.
And as I burn my brink, this is a one-time thing, I do actually burn it. Much better.
There it is.
Much, much, much better. So, you succeed once again, but I take narrative control. As you hide under or in this room, you kind of crouch under a table. The moments pass by. As you can see, the light from outside, from underneath the door, peering in. And then suddenly, that comforting light is no longer there. The light from underneath the door is gone. Emmy. The fluorescent lights in the hallway that you are in flicker and shut off one by one. The only light that you have is that of your phone, which you managed to grab earlier. And that is what happens.
I'll shout again to see if anyone can hear me.
What? Just curious. What do you shout?
Just the same. Hello, is anyone there? Anyone?
Well, at this point,
I will burn my card.
okay. Well, you don't burn it yet. We have to see if you succeed.
Oh, that's true. Okay. And my card is my brink is I will sacrifice someone that I care for.
Yeah,
someone
I know. Unfortunately, you're alone. So let's see if we can. So roll first, and then we'll think
I believe
about
it'd
it.
be my phone at this point.
Ah,
Oh.
Would this person consider their phone like a
Probably.
Yes.
Honestly, I
Yes,
believe it.
yes.
I believe it.
Yes,
Yeah, me
my
too.
phone, my phone is important to me. It's like my child.
I
need
believe it.
at all times.
You call out. You call out in the dark, illuminated only by the light of your cell phone. Hello, is anybody there? As if in response, the darkness shifts in front of you, its form kind of twisting until you see a toothy grin in front of you reflecting off the light of your phone. You take a look at your phone, and then you look back at this toothy grin. And the thought hits you. You throw your phone straight at this thing, whatever it is, square in the face, and run for it. As you round the corner, you hit something. You run into something. There is no more light to see what it is. But suddenly you feel your sense of balance leaving you, as suddenly you can no longer stand or run any further.
Oh God.
Ken, what do you do?
I hold my breath and close my eyes.
You sit there silently and stilly. The noises of the commotion that was happening die down slowly over time, and you no longer hear any gunfire. You no longer hear any voices yelling. It is dark and it is silent. The only noise that is present is when you occasionally have to take a breath. And then the creaking of a door opening.
I continue to hold my breath and close my eyes.
All right, well, at this point, I wonder, will you run?
Just re-roll immediately, then?
It's up to you. Will you run is the question.
Mm-hmm. If I burn my brink, I have to, right?
So you don't burn your brink until you fail.
Yeah. Okay.
You succumb to your brink. I'm sorry, I didn't explain that very clearly.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, the dice is bugged out for me right now.
Oh, is it? Like
Yeah,
vibrating?
it's like calling out. Yeah.
Oh, it happens sometimes. It's if there's like another dice on top of it, they're like secretly hidden. It can happen. But
Gotcha.
I'm not smart enough to fix that basically. But that is a 5 and a 4.
Yeah.
Ken holds his breath for as long as he can. Even through the door opening, he remains absolutely silent, not moving a muscle. That is until he can feel something brushing up against him. Instinct kicks in as he leaps out from underneath the table and through the hallway. He runs completely blind, just in a direction without knowing where he's going. He keeps running until smack straight into a wall. Turns out it's kind of hard to sprint while you're literally blind.
Mm.
As he lies there on the floor, breath knocked out of him from the collision, he feels something wrap around his legs, start to pull him. He is too winded to stand as he is pulled into the dark. Congratulations. We have finished 10 candles.
That was a lot of fun.
They were actually some pretty cool dudes. We could have just asked them, to stop doing that, and they would.
I apologize for going well over time, and I appreciate your willingness to stick it out for me. I promise this game is supposed to have a hard time limit, and guess what? The hard time limit wasn't working. That is my bad.
Okay.
I will double,
It's
triple
all-
make
it's all
sure.
fine.
I will double, triple make sure that works. In fact, I will probably. I'm probably going to add a debug menu. My thoughts were that I think it's cooler if the GM doesn't know at what time the candles are going, but I will probably add that in just to confirm that they're working.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I
Maybe you
had a
could-
great time.
Make it in like
And-
the debug menu is like a off thing.
yeah,
Like if they don't want to use it, they can.
Yeah, it's specifically as like I thought it would be cooler if the GM also doesn't know when the candles run out.
Yeah.
But it seems I think my pause button probably is breaking it. Probably. But
Maybe
I will
that's
try to
okay.
find out.
I wonder if
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't hold you to. I mean, I'm just used to like doing overtime RP.
I really don't want to. I was suspecting it would happen this time, right? Just because this is the
Yeah.
first time I'm running this. I was it
Yeah.
that's just, it happens, right? I really don't want to go overtime. I want to get this down to the to like the 3.5 hours that it's supposed to be of roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
And this was not. This was like double
Well, I had a
that.
great time.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize for the technical difficulties, but thank you all for participating. I hope it was an enjoyable.
Really fun.
thank you.
I
Thank you
hope
for
it was an
running that.
enjoyable
Awesome
experience
time.
nonetheless.
It was very nice.
My one or two, I don't know, there might be like 4 people out of the 5 that are just quiet in chat. They all really liked it. Whoever they are. I know Cacti did.
Nice.
It's very good.
It was a good time.
This is really fun.
I suppose
genuinely,
if
yeah.
you have, other
your
than the seriously
Yeah,
going
aesthetic
over
of the
time,
map.
because I will be, and the obvious technical difficulties of the cards not working and the candles not working. Other than that, if you have, because obviously I know about that, if you have any comments about how this is run, I am open to suggestions. I can make the blue light less bluer, I suppose. I don't actually even know if that adds to
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
experience.
say, that
Actually,
is-
that's what I would like to ask about. Do you think
It's when a moment happens, like when you're rolling for a
that
moment.
was
It's
the
cool,
idea?
personally.
The
I think you should use it for the brink instead.
That's interesting.
Ooh.
Or
I
at least
liked
the
it.
first time Brink is used.
I liked it. I was a little surprised, but I don't think it
The
was like, super jarring.
the
for me.
blue, I was intending the blue to represent hope, in that sense.
I see.
That's why your dice are blue and the GM's dice are pink.
That makes sense.
I don't know how pink candles would look like. We can do pink candles, but I don't know how that. I don't know how good that would look.
I think the idea is there. I think specifically the intensity of it, for me,
see.
was kind of. It was
It's-
jarring.
I
little
can
bit.
try to tone it down further.
Maybe just the mission value is what the issue is.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's yeah.
Wonderful.
I'll try toning it down further. Yeah, I'll that's definitely valuable feedback. I can't believe the cards didn't work. We literally.
You're okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
I'm
It's
so
all
sad.
good.
It's
It's
fine.
all
It's
good.
fine.
It was a good
I
time.
swear.
It was a good
Mhm.
time.
Let's try really quick. Because I worked very hard
I
on
like
that
the order we ran
animation.
with the candles.
I worked very hard
Oh,
on that
yeah.
animation. Let me quickly.
And I loved this, where they all lit up like that, where we went through them, and then I loved how we ended
Mhm.
up with you having the final candle as well. I thought that was really
Yeah.
fitting.
Yeah.
I cannot pick up.
Well, yeah, because
I can't. I can type on them.
can you
You can.
can you pick up the other card?
No, I can't type. Never mind.
It's broken after the instance will be broken after
Yeah.
after we've gone through it once. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
All right.
It's
a
you
little
need
too
to.
bad that we were short a player though.
I'm very
yeah,
sad, and it's
Yeah.
entirely my fault for going
Maybe-
over time. I will.
Maybe it worked super well
Hmm.
with the max amount of people, but with like less than one, they had a problem or something.
Oh well.
Maybe.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it and
Okay.
fix it for next time. That's the goal. This is my first
Yeah,
time
oh yeah,
making
my
a game
dice is
world.
still here as
Yeah,
well.
like this is my first time making a game world, right? Because power button, right, doesn't require anything fancy to run, right? This is
It
a
has
game
music
world.
toggle.
And if you have, like, if you were to see how many buttons I have in front of me to press, there's a lot of them.
Oh my god.
And they have to happen in a very specific order. And so there are a lot of
Yeah.
moving parts, and I suppose something went
I got a
wrong.
hint of it before we changed instances over. I got to see what you were working with, so I understand.
Yeah.
It's a big panel of squares.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got you.
Oh, really? Oh, God.
Oh well.
Good times. That was really fun. I loved
enjoyed
your characters. That was
It was
just
great.
really
Oh my
awesome.
god,
I
the
enjoyed this a lot,
gun
too.
in the glove compartment. Oh my god. Ah.
That for me, that was the second cell phone, and the gun. I was just like, I don't care.
That was for me. That was the highlight.
That was
Yeah.
the best.
I didn't want to
Yeah.
say it. I didn't want to say it out loud, but I'm glad you picked up on the cat. I was trying for there to be a.
Oh, the cat was great. The cat was awesome.
Yeah.
I did not expect it. It totally worked. It's like as soon I was just thinking like, oh, kitty. Just like out of character, like, yeah, I wouldn't like a cat.
I was
Every
thinking to
character's
myself,
amazing.
how the heck do we get people to smile in this
Mhm.
situation?
Yeah.
Especially after someone lost their husband. Like
Yes.
that.
Yeah, I felt so bad after that because I'm like, how? I was like, okay, I'll be fine at the next scene. I think at some point. she'll
Fluffy
have to-
was the key
yeah,
to,
get past
to
it and
hope
find
the whole
something.
time.
If you had failed, if I had gotten narrative control of the raccoon, I probably would have made that a cat as well. But it turned out.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's how it works. It's kind of where we build off of each other, and it's a better story for all of the uncertainty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where did the giraffe
What
come
was that?
from? Where did that? How did that happen?
It was Emmy.
Kaneko made it up. Yeah.
Oh,
And Emmy just said that there was a
I know.
yeah.
the animal outside, right?
Uh huh.
I was like, what's an animal that she's probably heard of as never seen in real life before, and she's like, oh, maybe it's a giraffe.
Christ. A giraffe.
You know there's actual like creepypasta about giraffes, right? It's
Oh, there
it
is?
made me
Know
think of
that.
that immediately.
I
Oh
did
my
not.
God, really?
You gotta.
It's
That's great.
I don't know if I can find it again. I might describe it. I don't know if it's okay for stream.
Send it to me. I gotta head out though.
Have a wonderful
Thank you,
night.
Miranda.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much for
I can give
joining
you more
and
feedback
being
if you like.
very good sports because it's hard.
No problem.
I'll work very hard to fix
I
it for the next
understand.
running on Thursday
I
to
love the map, and